Welcome to my coding course to build an e-commerce website like Amazon by TypeScript. In this course, you will learn the essential tools and skills to design, develop, and deploy a fully functional e-commerce website like Amazon in MERN stack by TypeScript language. My name is Basir and I'll be your instructor in this course. I have 17 years of coding experience in international companies like ROI Vision in Montreal, and now I'm a coding instructor with more than 50,000 students around the world. You need to open VS Code along with me and start coding throughout this course. I teach you creating React application by with in TypeScript, defining and exporting types like products, orders, and users in frontend, creating e-commerce pages like cart, checkout, and place order using React Router DOM, using React hooks to handle form inputs and fetch Backend API, managing and monitoring application state by React context, handling shopping cart using Reducer and local storage, building Backend Web API by Node.js, Express.js, and MongoDB, handling authentication and authorization using JSON Web Token and Express middleware, and at the end, deploying your application on cloud servers like render.com. Also, you will learn how to apply cloud services like PayPal and Stripe for online payment, render.com for deploying your application, Google Map for locating customer address on the map, and Mailgun to email order receipt to the customers. I have used the latest version of React and other packages in this course, and I keep them up to date regularly. I designed this course for web developers and entrepreneurs. If you are or want to be a professional web developer, take this course to be a TypeScript web developer, have a great project in your portfolio, and get a job in more than 22 million job opportunities around the world. If you are an entrepreneur, take this course to launch your startup and sell your services and products through this fully functional e-commerce website. To start this course, you need to have basic knowledge of TypeScript, React.js, and Express.js. Feel free to take a look at the course preview and enroll if it's along with your ambitions. Let's review what we're gonna build in this course. I'm going to start from the homepage. In the homepage, we have a header. It shows the name of e-commerce website, a search box, and header menus. In the content section, we have carousel and latest product. Products in the carousels comes from featured product in the admin dashboard. And for the latest product, it comes from the latest product added to the e-commerce website. Let's go to the product page, click on the banner. The product page is search engine optimized. In the URL, we have the slug of product and heading 1 with the name of product. In the product page, we show the product image, and you can add as many images as you want to the product image. In the second column, we show the rating of product, name of product, and price, and description. And in the last column, the action column, you can see the price of product, status in the stock, and add to cart button. Also, we implemented reviews for products, so you can watch user reviews here and add your review if you want. By clicking on Add to Cart button, we will be redirected to the shopping cart page. In this page, we have a list of all products added to the cart, and you can increase quantity of products in the cart. Based on this change, the subtotal will be updated. Also, you can remove product from the cart, and you will get this link to go for shopping, selecting products, add to cart, and having shopping cart page again. Let's add another product to the cart and change the quantity of them. In the shopping cart, when user click on proceed to checkout, we check the authentication of user. If user is not authenticated, we redirect it to the sign-in page, and after entering email and password, we redirect user to the shipping page. If user don't have an account, they can click on create account, enter name, email, password, and confirm password, and click on sign up. After clicking on sign up, user will be redirected to the shipping page to complete the checkout wizard. In the shipping page, user can enter their address and choose their location on the Google map. When user click on choose location on the Google map, they will be redirected to the Google map to select their location on the map, and after confirm, user will be redirected to shipping address page, and the latitude and longitude will be saved in the checkout wizard. By clicking on continue, we show payment method selection screen for user, and user can select either PayPal or Stripe. By clicking on continue, we show the last step in the checkout wizard and its preview of order. Here we show the summary of order, including shipping information, payment information, and the items selected in the e-commerce website. Here we show the order summary, prices for us, including items price, shipping price, tax price, and order total. And when user click on place order, we create an order in the database and redirect user to the order screen. It shows the status of shipping, payment, and order item. In the order summary section, we implement PayPal button here, and when user click on PayPal, they will be redirected to the PayPal, and by completing purchase, user will be redirected to the e-commerce website, and the status of payment will be changed to paid. Also, user can select entering credit card directly inside the website in the PayPal options. As you see, the status of shipping is not delivered. Later, we'll log in with admin account and change the status of this order to delivered. We implemented a menu in the header for customer so they can update their profile in the user profile page and change their email and password here like this. And we created another page for customer and its order history. They can view their previous orders and click on details to check the details of their orders. Before going for admin dashboard, let's review the sidebar. Here we implemented a sidebar to show the product categories, and when user select a category, we redirect user to a new page that shows products on their specific category. User can click add to cart directly here and increase it by double-clicking on add to cart. The last feature of this website is search products. When you type a keyword like fit and press enter in the header, we redirect user to the search page, and here you can filter products by departments, price, and average. Also, you can remove all filters and watch all products. In the search page, we implemented pagination, so you can go to next pages if the products is a lot. And you can filter products by departments, by price range, and by rating. Also, you can sort products based on price and average customer review. The last part of this e-commerce website is admin dashboard. Let me log out from the normal user and log in as admin user. I will have a new menu in the header and it's admin. The first item is dashboard. In the dashboard page, we show the summary of users, orders, and sales in the e-commerce website. Also, we show sales chart and a pie chart to show the products in the categories. The next menu for admin is products, and here admin can create new products or edit current products. The third menu is orders, and here admin can view the details of order and change the status of order to delivered. The last menu for admin is users. Admin can view list of all users and edit or delete user information. That's it about the features of this e-commerce website. Let's go and implement it. In this lesson, we are going to install development tools including web browser, code editor, source control, and JavaScript runner. Let's go for it. Let's start by code editor. It's VS Code. Go to this link and based your operating system, click on the blue download button. For me, it's Mac, so I click on Mac. Then I will be redirected to another page and a new file will be downloaded in my download folder. After download, double click on it, follow the installation and install VS Code on your computer. Let's go for the next one. It's Google Chrome as web browser. Go to google.com/Chrome and here click on download Chrome. After a while, Chrome start downloading, and like what we did in VS Code, just double click on the downloaded file, follow the instruction, and you will have Google Chrome on your computer. The next software is Homebrew. It's a package manager for macOS and Linux. Go to brew.sh and copy this command. Then open your VS Code and from terminal menu, click on New Terminal, paste the command here and press enter. It needs your admin password, enter it, and it will start installing Homebrew on your computer. After installing Homebrew, go for the next package. It's Git. Go to git-scm.com/download and based on your operating system, select the right one. I'm using macOS, and here it's super easy. Run brew install git. Brew install git. Run it in your integrated terminal in VS Code, and it start installing Git on your computer. The last package is Node.js. It's a JavaScript runtime environment that we needed to create backend and building frontend project. You have two options, LTS and current. I select current to use the latest feature of Node.js. Click on it, and it will start installing Node.js like Chrome and VS Code. Just double click on the downloaded file, follow the instruction, and you will have Node on your computer. Great, here Git is installed. Let's check the installation of other packages. Close this and open it again. Let's start by Node version. Type node-v and press enter. Here we are using version 19. For npm-v, it's the package manager for Node. It's version 9. Let's check Git. We are using version 2.39. That's it. We installed all required packages and tools to develop e-commerce website by TypeScript MERN. In the next session, we install extensions for VS Code and make it ready to develop our project. If you are using Windows operating system, watch this lesson to see how you can install all requirement tools for development in this course. Let us start by installing Google Chrome. Open your default browser. I'm using Microsoft Edge on Windows, and type Chrome download on the address bar. Then select this address, google.com/Chrome, and then click on download Chrome. After downloading Chrome, click on Chrome setup.exe, confirm, press yes, and then it starts downloading Chrome on your computer. After that, it installs Google Chrome. There we are. There is no need to Microsoft Edge. Close it and maximize Google Chrome. Chrome is the default browser for the web development in this course, and it's time to install Code Editor. In the address bar, type VS Code and press enter. You are going to install Visual Studio Code on this computer. Awesome. Download for Windows. If you are using another operating system, you can download them here. Use the stable one. Download for Windows. You will be redirected to this page and it starts downloading VS Code in your downloads folder. After downloading, click on it, click on Run and accept, select the default options and click on Install button. Click on Finish and there we are. We have Visual Studio Code opened in our computer. Make it maximize and go back to Google Chrome and install Node.js. Type Node.js and press enter. Here, click on Node.js. You will be redirected to nodejs.com/en and then click on this version, the LTS version of Node. I'm using version 16 and let's download it. After download, click on it, open the installer of Node.js, click next and next again, select default options and install Node.js on your computer. And the last thing that we're gonna install here is Git. Type Git and press enter and select this one, git-scm.com. Click on it, select download, and based on your operating system, select the right one. I'm using Windows. Click here to download the latest version. And then click on installer file, click yes, and there we are. Click on next here. We are going to install Git Bash and Git UI. Select default options, next, next. Select default one, click on next, next again, default options, default one, next, next, click on install. So what I did is to accept default options to install Git on Windows. Awesome. It says completing installation of Git and click on finish. Press escape and let's go to VS Code and from terminal menu, select new terminal and instead of default shell, which is PowerShell, I'm going to use Git Bash, but I'm going to make it as a default profile. So click on select default profile and by installing Git Bash, we have this option here, select Git Bash, then click on plus, and this time we have Git Bash in Windows. So we can run Linux-like commands in Windows, and throughout this lesson, we use this command style in the terminal. Let's test the version of Git, git -- version. So we are using version 2.34.1. So your versions may be higher, that's okay. Let's check the Node version, Node -- version. Awesome, we are using version 16.13.1. Check NPM version. We need all of them for this course. And we are using version 8.1.2. That's it about installing Google Chrome, Visual Studio Code, Node.js, and Git on Windows operating system. In the next lesson, we configure Visual Studio Code to code simpler, smarter, and better throughout this course. In this lesson, we are going to install extensions for VS Code and configure VS Code for development. Let's go for it. In your VS Code, click on Extensions icon, and there we are. We only need 3 extensions. ES7 React snippet. So type ES7 React in the search box, select the first item and click on Install button. I already installed it, so I get uninstall button. After installing this package, go for the next one. It is ESLint. We need ESLint to find issues in our code. If you don't have it, just type ESLint in the search box, select the first option, and click on Install button again. And the last extension that we need is Prettier. Type Prettier in the extension search box, select the first item, and there we are. It's a formatter for our code. Click on Install button, and after installing these three packages, we are ready to configure VS Code. Let's go for it. From Help menu in VS Code, select Show All Commands and type User Setting. Select JSON one, not the UI. Select this one. And here is all the settings that we need in our project. From these settings, only 5 settings are required and others are optional. To enter setting, just type these options in the setting. Let's try the first one. I just get rid of the first setting and try to type it again. Inside double quote, type color theme. You will get workbench color theme. Press enter, and here we have a list of options. Select default dark plus. It's the theme that we will use in this course. For others, use the same method. Type editor.default formatter to the Prettier-VS Code. So we are using the extension that we installed earlier for formatting our code. Also enable format on save. So when you press Ctrl S, automatically your code will be saved. Next two settings are for Prettier. First one is removing semicolon at the end of the commands. And the last one is using single quote instead of double quote for wrapping strings. By having this setting, our code looks prettier and more professional. For the optional setting, I just set the zoom level to 4 to make the font bigger. The next one is removing the mini map on the right side. Also, I remove the status bar at the bottom of VS Code. And next 3 settings are for Get, enabling smart commit, auto fetch, and confirm sync automatically. And the last one is for TypeScript to automatically update imports on moving file throughout folders. That's it about the VS Code configuration. Save this file and we are ready to start development in this course. Welcome to the first coding lesson. What we're gonna do is to create a TypeScript React application using with and create folder structure for next lessons. To get the source code of this lesson, open repository link here, then go to the commit section and find first commit. You can compare your code on this page. Let's get to code. In this lesson, we are going to create React application based on TypeScript. The first step, like always, is creating a folder for the project. Open your VS Code and from File menu, click Open Folder, go to your desktop and click on New Folder. Set folder name ts-MERN-Amazona. Open this folder and there we are. Here we are ready to create TypeScript React application. We have 2 options. The first one is Create React App and the second one is with. In this course, we're gonna use with because it works great with TypeScript. Based on the documentation in this website, we need to run this command. Go back to VS Code and from terminal menu, click on New Terminal and run npm create with @latest. Set the app name here. I'm going to set it to frontend. Then set options ---- template. We're gonna use React-TS template and press enter. What it does, is creating a React application based on TypeScript in frontend folder for us. The next step is going to the frontend folder and running npm install. By running this command, all packages inside package.json will be installed. Awesome. After installing all packages, let's run the project. Type npm run dev. I'm getting these commands from the script section. By running dev, it starts the project by wait. Press enter. And we have the project running at this address. Control click or command click on Mac. And there we are. Localhost colon 5173 is the address of React application. To edit this project, we need to go to app.tsx. Let's go back to VS Code and review the folders of this project. All source code are located inside the src folder. The starting point is main.tsx, and inside that we import app from app.tsx. Let's get rid of all content inside app and replace it with a div. Inside that, create header and enter tsmzona inside header. We are going to have a main section and a footer section. All right reserved. Save the code and check the result. The next step is creating folders inside src. The first folder is pages. We are going to put all pages, including homepage, product page, cart page, and etc. inside the pages folder. Right click on src, new folder, and set folder name to pages. The next folder that I'm going to create is components folder, new folder, and the last folder is types because we are going to create TypeScript project and we need to have a folder for all types. That's it about this lesson. In the next lesson, we implement routing using React Router DOM and create some pages inside pages folder. Until that lesson, bye-bye. This is an optional lesson. What we're gonna do is to create a Git repository and publish it on GitHub. Let's go for it. The first step is creating GitHub account. If you don't have a GitHub account, go to github.com and click on sign up. Enter your email here. Follow the instruction to create your GitHub account. You may get an activation email from GitHub, and after confirming your account, you will be redirected to github.com, and here you have access to your GitHub account on github.com. After creating GitHub account, you need to install Git on your computer. Go to git-scm.com and click on download. Select your operating system and follow the instruction to install GitHub on your computer. Then go for configuring GitHub. Let's start by setting the default branch using this command. Git config, copy this from this link, go back to VS Code and click on plus to create a new terminal. Paste the command here to set the default branch to main. The next two configuration is for username and user email. Scroll up here. The first one is username by setting git config -- global username and enter the username that you entered in the GitHub account. Go for email. Set email to the email that you have used for creating GitHub account. It should be exactly same. That's it about the Git setting on your local computer. Let's go for the next step. go back to the VS Code while you already created front-end project. Here, right-click on the empty space, new file, and set file name to readme.md. Here, I'm going to create readme file for the project. I just set the name of project to TypeScript MERN Amazona. And here is the lessons that we watched so far. Introduction, install tools, create TypeScript by with, and here we are on the create Git repository. Save this file, and it's time to create Git repository on GitHub. To do that, click on source control icon and click on publish to GitHub. Here you will get this message. GitHub want to sign in using GitHub. Click allow. You will be redirected to github.com. And after login, you need to click on open Visual Studio Code. Click on open. And then you will get this modal. You need to enter the name of project, accept ts-mern-amazona, and then click on publish to GitHub public repository, not private one. Click on it. It says which file should be included in the repository. Select both of them and click on OK. It's publishing to GitHub, uploading files, and there we are. Click on open on GitHub. Awesome. In github.com/yourname/ts-mern-amazona, you have your project like this. Let's have a change in the repository and review the workflow of Git and GitHub. Here I'm just going to add steps of creating Git repository. Add readme.md, create GitHub account, connect VS Code to GitHub, and publish repository. Save the code. As you see, we have one as a badge in the source control. It means that we have changed readme.md. To apply this change on the GitHub, we need to put a message here. I just entered steps of creating Git repo. Click on commit button. By clicking on commit, your changes will be saved in your local repository on this computer, and it's not on the github.com. To sync it with GitHub, click on sync changes and click on OK. Don't show this message again. After a while, your code will be uploaded to the github.com, and if you refresh your repository on GitHub, you will see your commit message here and the time of commit. In this lesson, we are going to list products like this. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository and in the commit section, find video 5 list products. You can compare your code with mine on this page. Here is the plan to list products. Let us start by creating product type. Go to Explorer and find the types folder inside src and right-click new file. Set the file name to product with capital P.ts and type export type product. By having export type, we can use the product type in other files. To define a type in TypeScript, we need to put equal sign and inside curly brackets, enter fields of the type. The first field is product name and the type of it is a string. I don't put semicolon because we set semicolon to false in the prettier setting of VS Code. So I just press enter to enter the next field. It's a slug of product. URL friendly name of product. Let's define other fields. They are image, category, and brand of type string, price, content stock of type number, description of type string, and rating and non-reviews of type number. We will add other fields in next lesson, but they are enough to build the list products in this lesson. Let's go and define sample products. Go to src, right-click, new file, and set file name to data.ts. The first one is exporting sample products. Export const sample products. What is the type of sample products? It's an array of product. Put colon and set it to product and put a square bracket pairs. Then put an equal sign and inside a square bracket define product items. For the first product, inside curly bracket, enter the name of product like Nike Slim shirt. Before going for defining next fields, import products, press Ctrl I to get the recommendation and import it from types folder. Here we are getting another error. It says this object is missing the following properties of type product, slug, image, category, and more. Let's add them. Here I entered other fields of product. Set the image to ../images/p1.jpg. I send you this image later, and set other data based on the data type. Let's add the second product. It's Adidas Fit shirt. The third one, Lacoste free pants. And the last one is Nike Slim pants. The image address for the first one is P1. Second one is P2, third product P3, and the last product is P4. Let's put these images inside the public folder, create a new folder, and set it to images. You can download 4 images from internet and set their name to P1 to P4.jpg, or you can go to the repository and inside public folder of frontend, you can find the images inside the images folder. I already downloaded this file. I just copy them and I put them in the images folder. Great. Let's go and render products. To render products, go to app.tsx and inside the main section, inside curly bracket, import sample products. Just type sample products, press tab to import them from data.ts. In React, to render list of items, we use map function. In the map function, we pass another function that accepts array item as parameter and return a JSX. For this JSX, I use li, so I need to wrap the parent to ul. Cut the closing one and put it after the expression, save the file, and go to the li to render product information. Let us start by rendering product.name. In h2, in the curly bracket, type product.name. Let's check the result. Make sure that you have running npm run dev in the frontend folder. There we are. We have product names as bullet point here. Let's add product image. In the li, right before the product name, put img tag, set source of it to product.image, alternative text to product.name, and close it. Save the code. Awesome. Here we have the image of product, name of product, and 4 other items. They are too big. Just put an CSS inside app.css, go to the end of this file, and for .product-image, set max width 400 pixel and set width to 100%. Copy the class name, go back to app.js and set class name of image to product image. Save the code. Yeah, the product is much better. Let's show the product price, and inside the paragraph put curly brackets, type product.price. If I enter price 1, what do I get here? It says price 1 does not exist on type product. TypeScript, based on the type of sample product, find the type of product, and if the field does not exist in the type of product, it raises an error for us. Get rid of 1, put a $sign before it, and save it. There we are. The first product, Nike Slim shirt, $120, and other products. Let's fix an issue in this code. The immediate element after map function should have a unique key. So we need to set key props for this li and set it to a unique value. In sample products, a slug is unique. So I set it to product.slug and save the code. To make sure that there is no error, we need to go to the developer tools of console. From this menu, click on more tools and select developer tools. In the console, we get this warning. By refreshing this page, there is no warning because of this change. Let's review what we did. We added product.ts to define a product model. In data.ts, we added 4 sample products. In app.tsx, we imported sample product and we rendered product on the screen. In app.css, we created a style to show the product image. And also we added 4 products to the project. I just commit video 5 list products, push it to the GitHub repository. So you can find the code on my GitHub repository in the commit section at this address. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson. Bye. In this lesson, we are going to add React Bootstrap as UI framework to the React application. Source code of this lesson is here. By going to commit section, find video 6, add Bootstrap, and compare your code with mine. Here is the React Bootstrap website, and by clicking on Get Started, we install React Bootstrap and Bootstrap package. Just copy the command here and go back to VS Code. Click on New Terminal, go to Frontend folder, paste the command to install React Bootstrap and Bootstrap package from npm. After installing packages, it's time to go to the main.tsx. Press Command P on Mac or Control P on Windows and type main to find main.tsx. Then import Bootstrap CSS in the import section. After React DOM import, I import bootstrap/dist/css/bootstrap.mean.css. It automatically gets this CSS from Node module folder. By adding this setting, we are ready to use React Bootstrap component. But how we can find them? Just go to the website, click on the components, and there we are. Here we have list of all components. For this project, we are going to create navigation menu. Go to app.tsx, and for the first div, set class name to display flex. D-flex is a class from Bootstrap that make the div display to flex, and set flex direction to flex column. Also, we need to make this div full height. So I set height to full. Then get rid of app.css and React logo, and also use a state. We don't need it here, and use a state at the beginning of this component. Then go to app.css. At the very end, copy product image and go to index.css. Paste it at the very end. Then find app.css in the Explorer and delete it. Move to trash. Get rid of all classes inside index.css and only keep the first one. And for the root element, get rid of all CSS and just keep the font family and other classes that you have here. Save the code, go back to app.tsx, save the code here, and check the result. Here is the result. Let's go for adding header. For the class name, instead of h full, make it viewport height to 100 to make this div full height. Let's go for the header. In the header, we're gonna define navigation bar. In React Bootstrap, we use nav bar. As you see, we have auto completion. Press tab to import nav bar. And for properties, set BG to dark, background color to dark, set variant to dark, and set expand to large. So it's gonna expand on larger screen. Inside that, define a container. Container is another component from React Bootstrap. And inside the container, define navbar.brand. Navbar.brand with capital B. Set it to Amazona. Set the title. Set the brand name to whatever you like. I make it TS Amazona. Let's check the result. Awesome. Here we created a dark header and the title is TS Amazona. Let's add some menu on the right side. Set nav, import nav from React Bootstrap, and inside nav, define anchor, set href to /cart for cart, and another link for login. Set it to /signin. Sign, set the class name to nav link for both of them, and there we are. We created links on the right side. For the footer section, I just wrap it inside a div, create a div, and move all rights reserved inside the div. Set the class name to text center. It comes from React Bootstrap to put stuff in the center. By checking the result at the very end, we have all right reserved in the center of a screen. It's time to go for the main section. Inside the main section, wrap the UL inside a container to set margin and padding for the content inside it, and move it inside that, and create margin from top by setting class name to margin top 3. Here is the result. We have space from top, and also we have padding from left and right. To put stuff next to each other, I'm going to use row and column. So instead of UL, replace it with row. It comes from the React Bootstrap, Control space or Control I on it to get the recommendation, and import it from React Bootstrap. Make it closing, save the code, and replace li with call. Call another component from React Bootstrap. Press tab to import from React Bootstrap, and there we are. We have row and call from React Bootstrap. By having this change, let's check the result. Here stuff are next to each other. If I make the window small, I right click and select inspect and click on toggle device toolbar. It's not what we want. We are going to put one item at a time. To get this point, inside the call, set SM to 6. So for a smaller screen, we have 2 items in a row because we have 12 sections, and in a smaller screen, each call occupy 6 sections. So we have 2 items in a row. For medium device, we have 3 items, and for large device, we have 4 items. I just divide 12 by this value. Save the code. Aha, much better. This is super small screen XS. It occupies the whole width. And if I make the window bigger, in a smaller screen, I have 2 items in a row. In medium screen and in large screen, it's 4 items. As you see, by adding React Bootstrap without any CSS, we created a beautiful header, content, and footer. Let's review what we did in this lesson. In the package.json, we added React Bootstrap and Bootstrap package. In app.tsx, we converted simple HTML elements to the React Bootstrap components. In index.css, we removed extra CSS classes. And in the main.tsx, we imported Bootstrap CSS. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement page routing in the React application. So we have homepage, and when you click on a product, you will be redirected to the product page. To get the source code of this lesson, go to the repository and in the commit section, find video 7, add page routing. Here is the plan. Let us start by installing React Router DOM. For routing, we are using React Router DOM. The homepage of this package is on this address, and based on the recommendation from the latest version of React Router DOM, we are going to pick a router. And what this package says is to use this code to create routing in the new version of React application. Let us start by importing create browser router and other components from this package. Just copy them and go to main.tsx, and right after React DOM, paste it. We need all of them to implement routing in our React application. The next step is creating a browser router and passing routes as parameter to this function. But we need create routes from element to convert the JSX routes to the JavaScript object routes for create browser router function. Copy this and paste it right before React DOM, and here replace root with app because the root component for us is app, and just comment this one out. We don't need it at this point. And inside the create root function for rendering elements instead of app, we need to use router provider. Get rid of it and replace it with router provider and pass router that we created in this step as parameter to router provider. By having this change, we implemented page routing in our React application. Save the code and check the result. As you see, there is no error in the console and in the UI. Next step is creating homepage. We are going to move this code into homepage component. Go to the src pages, right click, new file, and set file name to homepage.tsx. Find the code in the app.tsx inside the container and move the row component entirely, cut it from here and move it to the homepage.tsx. Type RFC and press tab to create a React functional component. Get rid of content inside the return and paste the code here. Import row, Command I, select React Bootstrap, and also find this import from here and move it to the home page. Change the path of data, press just dot before slash, and get rid of import React. Also, we need to import call from React Bootstrap. Let's go to app.js, save the file here, and there we are. There is no products here because we didn't finish routing in the project. Let's go for the last step, adding homepage. Go back to main.tsx and inside that create a route. Set index to true and set element to home page. Import it. The reason that I'm setting index to true is that the home page address is a slash. Right after the domain name, there is no path. So I need to set index to true to make it the root of the website. The last step is in the app.tsx, in the container section, we need to put outlet from React Router DOM. Import outlet component like this. Outlet is a placeholder for the routes that we define in the create browser router. By having this change, let's check the result. Awesome. Here I have my products on the home page. Let's implement another page. When I select a product, I should be redirected to the product page. To do that, we need to add another route. But this route has parameter, and the parameter is the slug of product. Define another route, set path to product slash, put colon to define a parameter, and the parameter is a slug. The element that is going to respond is product page, and close it. Then close the route. Let's define product page. Inside pages folder, right click new file, product page.tsx. Type RFC and press tab to create React functional component. Save the code, go back to main and Control I on product page, import it from pages folder. Save the code and go to the home page. Inside the home page, I need to create a link from home page to product page. What I need to do is to define link component from React Router DOM, set to a dynamic address. It's gonna be slash product slash a slug of product, put plus to concatenate it with product.slug. Close the link and move the image h2 and paragraph inside it. Save the code, and there we are. They are linked. If I click on the first link, yes, I will be redirected to the product page. And if I click back, I will go back to the home page. Good, we've successfully implemented page routing using React Router DOM and the new API provided in the version 6.4. And by having this setting, you can define as many routes as you want at one single point right here. In the next lesson, we complete the product page and also we work on the home page to make the products dynamic from a backend web API. Let's review what we did in this lesson. In the package.json, we installed React Router DOM. In the main component, we imported create browser router, and we used it to create routing based on the elements that we have defined here. And we used it in the create route function to define routing system. Also, we created 2 pages, home page and product page, to implement single page application for our React app. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create a backend web API using TypeScript in Node.js. To get the source code of this lesson, in the repository, find commit section, and in the commit section, find video 8, create node server. Here is the plan for this lesson. Let us start by creating backend folder. Go to the project. In the empty space, right click, backend, and press enter. Then we need to go to the backend and run npm init there. From terminal menu, create a new terminal, go to backend and run npm init. You can use -y to answer to all questions by default answers, and at the end you will have package.json in the backend folder. By having package.json, we created our Node.js project in the backend. The first step is done. Let's go for the next step. It's configuring TypeScript. Based on the documentation on TypeScript website at this address, we need to create tsconfig. Let's create this file. Go to the backend folder, right-click new file, and set file name to tsconfig. Next step is installing TypeScript and tsNodeDev. We use TypeScript to build the project and tsNodeServe for developing project. They are development dependency. That's why I'm using savedev parameter. Copy, go back to the terminal. In the backend folder, run this command. Awesome. Next step is in the tsconfig.json. We need to set the setting for compiler inside tsconfig. Let's review the setting. The target is ECMAScript 2015. The output directory for creating build version of project is build. We use a strict mode to true to show all errors in the TypeScript code. Set module to CommonJS and set ES module interp to true. For information about this parameter, check this link. Save the code to format it. The step 2 is done. Let's go for third step. It's configuring ESLint. We are going to use ESLint to show all errors in the code. We need to install some packages. Go back to terminal again. In the backend folder, install ESLint, TypeScript ESLint parser, and TypeScript ESLint plugin. Then create ESLint configuration file. Go to the backend folder, right-click, new file, set file name to .eslint rc.js. Also, for get rid of all files in the node module, right-click, new file, .git, ignore, and inside that, put this path, /node module and /build. Also, for system files, for Mac and Windows, you can add this to be excluded from the Git repository. Save the code. As you see, in the source control, we have only some files that we are working on it. Let's go back to the plan. After creating ESLint, we need to put configuration inside there. Here is the configuration for ESLint. Set module.export equal to this object. The first setting is for environment, and the environment we are working on it is ES 2016 to true and node to true. For extend, we use 2 configuration, ESLint recommended and TypeScript ESLint recommended. For the parser, we use the ESLint parser for TypeScript, and the parser options is like this. Source type is module, and ECMAScript version that we are working on it is ES 2016. For the plugin, set it to TypeScript ESLint. Save the code, go back to plan, and there we are. We need to create the Express server. Express is a package to create web server on Node.js. Let's go for it. Start by installing Express. We install this package in the dependency section, not in the dev dependency. If we check the package.json, all dependencies that we installed so far, they are in the dev dependency section. But this one, Express, will be shipped to the production version of Backend, so we have to install it as dependency, not in the development dependency. That's it. The dependency section has Express package. Step 4 is done, and we are ready for the step 5. Create index.ts inside src folder in Backend. First of all, we need to create a new folder in Backend, set the name to src, and inside that, right-click new file, set the file name to index.ts. Inside index.ts, we need to import Express and request and response. Let us start by importing Express, request and response. As you see, we are getting this error. It says we need to install the types of Express by running this command. Based on the plan, in the step 4, we need to install types of Express to get rid of that error. So open your terminal, in the Backend folder, install types/express as dev dependency. If we check it again, this time there is no error here. Let's go for the next step. It's importing sample products from data, but the data is in the frontend folder. So we need to copy data in the src folder, this one, find it in the frontend folder, copy, go back to Backend, and paste it inside the src folder. Do the same for types folder in the src in frontend. Copy, go back to src folder in Backend, right-click and paste. Good. Go back to the plan and import sample products from data. Put it inside the index.ts. The next step is creating Express server by calling Express function and set it to app. Next is creating a route using app.get. The address of route is /API/products, and second parameter for get is a function that accepts request and response from Express, and inside that we return sample products using res.json. Next one is defining the port number to serving the backend. I set the port number to 4000. And the last command is calling app.listen and passing port as a first parameter and the callback function as second parameter. Save the code. I just forgot something in the step 2. I need to add dev and build command to run the project. Here is the dev command. Go to the package.json in the backend, in the script section, add this command. So when we run npm run dev, ts node dev will run with these parameters and it serves index.ts in src folder. What this function does is to compile index.ts and all files inside the source folder and convert it to the JavaScript and run it on the server. If there is a change in the index.ts or other files, automatically this command will run again and recompile everything. Let's add second command, it's build. And for build, just type tsc for TypeScript. Let's test these commands. Let's start by build. Open your terminal, npm run build, and press enter. Good, it's done. Let's go and check the result. Here we have a new folder named build in the backend, and inside that, all TS files converted to the JS files. If I open index.js, as you see, it's the compiled version of this file. Awesome. The build command works. Let's go for the dev command. We need to run this command while we are developing this project. It launched the server at this address. If I open it in the browser, I'm getting cannot get /error. But if I go to the API route that I have defined, it's /API/products, I'm getting list of products. I can use this API in the front-end application for accessing to the products. Great. We successfully implemented a backend web server to serve sample products for front-end using TypeScript. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to fetch products from the backend API that we implemented in the previous lesson. Source code of this lesson is here. And in the comment section, you can find video 9 fetch product to check all changes in the code. Here is the plan. Let us start by installing Axios. Axios is a package to send AJAX requests using npm install Axios. Open a new terminal, go to frontend folder, and install it. Next step is in the main.tsx. Inside frontend, find main.tsx in the src folder, and right after import section, we need to config base URL for Axios. What we do here is to check the node environment. If we are in development mode, set the base URL to the backend that we created locally. Otherwise, set the backend to the root of project, because in the production mode, we have frontend and backend in the same address. I just copy this and put it right here. We need to import Axios, Ctrl I, and press enter. For process error, we need to install types node. npm install save dev types @types/node. The error is gone. Let's go for the next step. The second step is defining types in the homepage. We use reducer hook to fetch data from backend. So we need to define the initial state for reducer hook. Initial state has a type. Here is the type of initial state. Inside the homepage, right before export default, define the state type. It's an object that contains products, loading of type boolean, and error of type string. Products is an array of product imported from types. Let's define the next type. It's action. Here is action type. We have 3 variations for action type. The first one is an object that has type, and the value of that type is fetch request. Another one is an object of type fetch success, and it has payload of type an array of products. And the last one is a type of fetch fail, and the payload is of type string. It's the error message. Let's go for defining the initial state and the reducer. Initial state is of type state, and the default value for products is empty array. For loading is true, because at the beginning of loading homepage, we need to fetch products from backend, and the error is empty. At the first place, there is no error. Go back to the plan and define the reducer function. After initial state, define reducer function. It accepts 2 parameters, a state and action of type state that we have defined here, and action of type the action that we have defined right here. Inside that, define switch case and check the type of action. If it's fetch request, set loading to true and keep previous state as they are. If it's fetch success, keep the previous state, set loading to false, and set products array to the action.payloads. This data comes from the backend. For the error case, set loading to false and fill the error from the error that we get from backend. For default, return state as it is. Next step is defining getError function. We need to define a function for getting the error from the API response. Inside types folder, create API error.ts. Let's go to the types folder, new file, set file name to API error.ts, and inside that define type API error. It's an object that contains a message of type string. Also, it has a response object that has data, and the data has message of type string. The next step is creating getError function in utils.ts. Inside src, right click, new file, utils.ts, and inside that define this utility function. In this function, what we do is to check the error. If the error has this object, hierarchy, response, data, message, return it. Otherwise, return the general error message. We need to import API error from types folder. Good. Step 5. Fetch products. For fetch products, we need to use useReducer. Here is the TypeScript version of useReducer. Go to homepage and inside the component, define useReducer. Import useReducer from React here, and it returns an array that contains two objects. The first one is the state and second one is dispatch function to change the state. Also for the useReducer, we use this generic to define the type of state and action, and as parameter we pass the reducer that we have defined earlier and the initial state that we have defined here. Next step is defining useEffect. Import useEffect from React like this. UseEffect accepts two parameters. The first parameter is a function and second parameter is an array. If array is empty, this function runs only one time after loading the component. Inside useEffect, we define fetchData function. Inside fetchData, first of all, we dispatch this action. What it does is to set loading to true. Inside try-catch, we send an AJAX request to the backend API. So we need to import Axios from Axios like this. Then get the result and dispatch fetch success. What do we pass as payload to fetch success action? It's the data from backend. It's list of products in the backend. If there is an error, dispatch fetch fail action and pass the error message as payload to this action. We need to import getError from utils folder and API error from types folder. We convert the error in the catch as API error because getError accepts API error data type. Great. Inside the homepage, we imported getError from utils and API error from API error in types folder. After defining the fetchData function in the useEffect, we need to call it. And what happens at the loading of this component, this function will run and we get products from backend. Let's go for the last step. Replace sample products with products. Right before the row, check loading. If loading is true, show loading box component. If there is an error, show message box component. Otherwise, render the row as it is. Don't forget to put the closing parentheses and save the code to format it. What is loading box? It's a component to show loading in the page. For loading box, we need to create a component. In the Explorer, find Components folder, right-click New File, and set file name to loadingbox.tsx. Import Spinner from React Bootstrap, type RFC, and press Tab to create loading box component. And in the return section, instead of div, put this. Spinner, set animation to border and rule the status. Inside that, define and span, set class name to visually hidden, and the text is loading. Save the code, go back to home page and import it using Command I on Mac or Control I on Windows to import loading box. For message box, do the same. Inside the components, right-click New File, messagebox.tsx. We use alert component from React Bootstrap. Type RFC, press Tab to create message box component. Message box has props. Here is the props object, variant and children. Variant default value is info and children is a React node. Let's define the type of them, put colon after closing curly bracket, and set the type of props. Variant is optional of type string and children is of type a React node. In the return section, instead of div, return alert, set variant based on the props, and in the content section, return children. Save the code, go to homepage.tsx and import it from components folder. Here is the components that we have imported. Great. Based on the plan, we are ready to test the result. Make sure that in the front-end folder, you have run project and open it in the browser. We are getting this error. It says 404. Open Developer Tools. In the Network section, refresh and check the address. It says /API/products. The issue is in the localhost colon. The issue is here. It should be 400. It should be 4000. I just forgot to save the base URL setting for Axios in the main.tsx. Make sure that it is saved here and then go back and refresh. This time the base URL is correct, but we are getting another error and it's course error. Let's fix it. Go back to the index.ts in Backend, open a new terminal, go to Backend folder and install course here. After that, import course. We get this error, so we need to install the types of course. Copy this command, open terminal, and install types of course to get rid of course error here. Good. We need to call app.use on course. Right after creating app, call app.use and pass course middleware to this function and call course with these parameters: credentials to true and origin to this address. By having this setting, all requests from this address will be accepted by server. Let's check the result. Refresh. This time we are getting products from backend. If you get any error, check your terminals and make sure that you are running the front end at this address and backend like this. Get rid of other terminals. You only need npm run dev in front end and npm run dev in backend. Great, we successfully. Let's check the products. Let's check the network section. As you see, we have two API calls. In React 18, useEffect calls twice in a strict mode, and it happens in development mode only, not in the production mode. So don't worry about calling twice. Great, that's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create a rating and product item component to make the home screen component based, to make the code of home screen modular right here. Let us start by going to the components folder and create a new component named rating. What we're gonna do here is to shape a stars-based rating. As first step, define function rating and set props for this component. Here is the structure of this props. It's an object that includes rating of type number, num reviews of type number, it can be null, and caption of type string. At the end, export default rating. Inside this component, the structure props and get rating, num reviews, and caption. Then return a div like this. Set class name to rating. For this class, go to index.css and at the very end, set spans inside rating class, set the color to gold. Next step, inside the div, we're gonna shape 5 stars rating. Let's start by the first star. Here is the first one. First of all, we create a span. Here is the first one. We created a span here. Inside that, we render icon. For icon, set class name to this conditional rendering. If rating is greater than or equal to 1, we need to show full star using font awesome solid fa-star. If it's greater than 0.5, we need to show half a star using this CSS class from font awesome. And if it's less than half a star, we show empty star using font awesome regular fa-star. To import font awesome in this project, simply go to index.html and right after icon, add this CSS link. Set relationship to style sheet and set href to this link. You can find this link on the jsdeliver.net. Save it and go back to rating tsx to shape the second star. Here is the code for second star. We compare the rating with 2. If it's greater than 2, show full star, and the other conditions are similar to the first one. Here is third star. Let's go for the fourth star. And the last star is for this one, comparing rating with 5. At the end, we need to render this conditional rendering. If we have caption, we need to render the caption inside a span. The caption comes from the props. Otherwise, if we don't have caption, we need to check num reviews. If it's not 0, render it like this inside a span, put in a space, num review, and the reviews text. If num review is 0, show nothing. And let's go to create another component named product item to use it in the home screen. Right click in components folder, set new file product, new file name to product item.tsx, and here define function product item. It accepts product as props. The type of product is product. Imported from types folder and export product item. So what we're gonna do here is to replace the code inside products.map, this code, with product item component. To do that, we need to return a card like this, import card from React Bootstrap. Inside card, return a link to the product slug, import link from React Rotterdam, and inside link show an image, set source to product image, set class name to card image top. It's a class from React Bootstrap, and for alternative text, show the product name. Right after link, create cart body. Here is the cart body, and inside that, display a link to the product and set cart title to the product name. And here is the beauty of component in React. I'm using rating component that I defined in the components folder. So import it and pass two props, rating and num reviews. They are coming from the product object in the props of product item component. Right after rating, show product price using cart.text component. And at the end, render this conditional rendering. If content stock equal to 0, show this button out of box. Otherwise, show this button add to cart. For out of box, set variant to light and disabled to make a difference between disabled item and a active button. Import button from React Bootstrap. Like this. Great, here is the code for product item and we are ready to use it inside the home screen. Simply get rid of a link here and replace it with product item, this one. Press tab to automatically import it right here. We do not need link here. Scroll down and find product item, set product props to the product object inside products array. So pass it and close it. Save the code. And here is the magic. We created beautiful product item list like this. And as you see, we have used the rating component, the product item component inside the homepage component. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to change the page title in React application. To do that, we need to use a package named React Helmet Async. Open your terminal, a new terminal, go to frontend folder, and npm install React Helmet Async. Next step is importing Helmet provider from this package in the main TSX. So go to main TSX at the very beginning, import Helmet provider, and then wrap the router provider inside this component. So get rid of it and replace it with this one. So we are ready to use it in the pages. Let's go to the home page. It's the only page that we have, and go to the return part. Here we are ready to set the page title. Right after row, I'm going to use it, create a new component, set the name to helmet, press tab to auto import it from React, helmet async. And inside this component, we can enter meta tags like title, like what we did for regular HTML documents. I'm going to set it to TS Amazona. You can enter your brand of your e-commerce website. You can also enter meta tag if you want. I'm going to just keep the title here. Let's check the result. Awesome. I set the page to TS Amazona. If I click on a product, I will be redirected to product page. But here, as you see, we have TS Amazona here. We can go to page. We can go to product page. And here we can use the same idea, use helmet, import it, and set title to, let's say, product page. So if I change the title of this page to something else, here I can see that. But if I go to the home page, click back, as you see, the home page has homepage meta tag using helmet, and the product page has product page. So we can respect the search engine optimization rules to set the page title based on the content of the web page. Great, that's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to add React query to the project to manage asynchronous states and getting data from backend. Based on the documentation in their website, first of all, we need to install two packages. First one is tanstack/React query. Let's install it. Open a new terminal. Go to frontend folder and install this package. The next package that I'm going to install is a dev tools for React query. It helps to better find issues and debug the code. Install React-query-dev-tools from @tanstack2, and we are ready to go for configuring React query. First step is in main.tsx. Go to main.tsx. We do not need to import Axios and setting default value here. Get rid of it. The next step is wrapping React router by query client provider from React query. Let's do that. I just get rid of this one and replace it with this one. So what I did is to wrap the React provider inside query client provider. Import it from React query. So it's a wrapper for all components, so we can access to the React query from all components inside this project. We need to pass query client as props to this higher order component. Query client is an object from query client of React query. Let's define this object from query client and import it from @tanstack/React query. At the end, to have dev tools for React query, we need to import tanstack/React query dev tools and set initial is open to false. We're not going to open it by default, the dev tools. So here is the code for JS export. And here is the code for import part. Save the code. Let's check the result. If I refresh the page, I'm getting 404 error because I didn't use React query to send API call. But here I have this icon. When I click on it, I can see the DevTools of React query. As you see, there is no API call here. So the next step is implementing API call by React query. We need to create API client in the source folder. Go to frontend, src, right click new file, API client.ts. First of all, import Axios. Because we removed Axios in the main.tsx, we need to do it in this file. Next step is creating Axios instance by calling axios.create and putting the result inside API client. The parameter that we pass to Axios is base URL, and as you see, it comes from the main.tsx. It's exactly like what we did in the main.tsx. If we are in development mode, use this address, otherwise use / because in the production mode we have frontend and backend in the same server, so it should be the root of project. Also, I added another setting. The header of all requests should be of type application/JSON for content type. So it makes API request standard based on JSON format. Great. The last step is exporting. Just export default API client. Save the code to format it, and let's go for next step. Next step is creating hooks. For React query, we need to create hooks to send AJAX requests to the backend. So I need to go to src folder, create a new folder for hooks. And the first hook that I'm gonna create is product hook, because we are going to show list of products. Set the name to producthooks.ts. Inside product hooks, I'm going to create a hook to load all products from backend. Here is the code. First of all, define use get products query. As you see, the use and query is constant. We use it in all other hooks, but this part is dynamic based on what we want to do. We are going to get products. So this is a convention, and you need to follow this rule to creating React query hooks. Also, make sure you export this one so you can use it in other file. So what is this hook? It's a function. And in this function, what we return is use query. Use query is a hook from React query. So I need to import it. Use query hook accept options as parameter. And in the options, we need to set two things. First of all, the key of query, I set it to array, and inside this array, I have one element, and the name of element is products. So it means that save this query in the cache as this key. The second parameter for use query is query function. When we access to this key, what API call should happen? So for this one, I need to define an async function like this. And in this async function, I return this data. What is this? It's like an AJAX request, because API call, as you saw here, it's an instance of AJAX, Axios. So here it's like axios.get. Let's import API client. It's the modified version of Axios by having the setting that we want. And the type of API call is get. And what we're gonna get from backend is an array of product. Let's import product from types folder. And for get function of Axios, we need to define the API URL. It's API/products. There is no need to put a slash because inside the API client, we already put a slash here. So I need to put a slash here too. And the result of this function is Axios response object. And inside Axios response object, we have a very important property, which is data. So I need to return the data. The other part of the response is not important for me. So what I did in this function is to define a hook using useQuery hook of React query and send an AJAX request to the backend to this address to get list of all products and return it to wherever I need it. Let's go and use it. Inside home page.tsx. First of all, I'm going to show how. First of all, let's get rid of all the stuff that we do not need anymore, like state, action, initial state, reducer, use reducer, and even use effect. As you see, we can get rid of all of them. And your code is super small. But the thing is how we can load data here. Yeah, it's super simple. Just by calling one line of code. Here is the code. What I did is to use getProducts query that I defined inside products hooks. Let's import it. And here is the object that returned by this function. The first field of this object is data, and I rename it to products, and it contains the result of API call. The next field is loading, and it shows the status of loading data from backend. So I need to rename loading in the return part to is loading. And the next one is error. So I can check the error, and if there is an error, show the error. So to show error, I need to use get error function from utils folder and pass error as API error. API error should be imported from types folder. The last change is in the products. As you see, it says products is possibly undefined. I need to put exclamation mark to make sure that products is not undefined, because if loading is false and there is no error, for sure I have products. I just forgot to set the port number to 4000. By having this change, let's check the result. Here I have a list of products. If I click on this icon, I have one query. If I click on it, I can see the status of query. It's stale, and the data is here. List of products. And here is the information about the query. If I click on refetch, it refreshes the data from backend, invalidate, reset, remove, and refresh again. Also, I can check the developer tools in the network section and refresh. As you see, the API call to this address has been done by React query, and the result is here, and it's part of my React application. Let's see what we did here. instead of having a very long code in the previous version of fetching data from backend from use reducer, I have used only one line of code from React query. So what it does is to make our code very simple, small, and manageable in larger scale. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson. Bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create product page. When we select a product, we are going to show product image, information, and add to cart button. Let's go for it. Here is the plan. We need to create an API in the backend to return product information by a slug. Go to index.ts and right after this API, create another API, but this time instead of /API/products, we add /:slug. And colon means that a slug is a parameter and it's the product slug. So when you send API request like /API/product/shirt, shirt will be passed to this function to find the product with slug of shirt. Here rec.params.slug has the value that you entered in the URL as slug. So it returns this value, the product object, to the front end, and we can use it inside the front end. Let's go to the front end part. Like what we did to get list of all products, we need to create a hook using use query to get list of product details by slug. Go to product hooks and right after use get products query to get list of all products from backend, I'm going to define another hooks. This time set the name of hook to get product details by a slug. So put use and query right after React query hooks. This time we pass parameter to this hook and it's the slug of product that we are going to fetch from backend. And the type of a slug is a string. Like always, to define a hook, we need to define arrow function. And here is the arrow function. What it returns is use query hook. It's from React query. And what it does is to set the API description. The name of this API or query is products, but this time to cache this product in the React query, we need to set another key and it's the slug. So if you want to go to the shirt page, the query key will be products, shirt. So it's gonna be saved in the queue, in the cache by this name. Let's go for query function. It's an async function to get products from backend API. To access to the backend API, we use API client from Axios and call get function on it. And the type of data that we are going to get from backend is product type. The address to send the request is API/products/slug. It's exactly like what we defined in the backend. And from this result, this response of Axios only get the data which is the product object. Save it and let's go for next step and use this query. Go to product page.tsx. At the very beginning, we need to get the a slug from the URL. Like this one, we need to get this one because Backend API needs a slug to fetch product. To do that, we use params. It's a hook from React Rotterdam to return an object of key pairs of params in the current URL. Put it here, and from params, extract a slug. So we are going to only get the slug value. Next step is calling React query hook that we defined. Let's import it and pass a slug to this function. Because a slug can be undefined, I use exclamation mark to make sure that it is a string. What I get from this hook is the data. I rename it to product, is loading a status and error message. Let's use them inside the return part. Use this conditional rendering. If is loading, show a loading box like this. Otherwise, if there is an error, show message box, and inside message box, use getError function to convert the error to text message. Next condition is if product is null, show this message box, this error box, product not found. Otherwise, just render this product as it is. We need to wrap it in parentheses. Save the code to format it. So what we did is to have this conditional rendering. If you are loading data using React query show loading box, Command I on Mac or Control space on Windows to import automatically components/loading box. Do the same for importing message box. GetError function from utils folder and API error from types folder. Let's test it. Go to the home page. In the network, set connection to slow 3G and click on a product. As you see, we have loading here, and then we have empty div because here we do not have anything. Let's add stuff to the content part. Here I'm using row and column to shape 3 columns layout. First column occupy half of a screen to show the product image, second column to show product information, and the third column for product action like add to cart. Import row from React Bootstrap and call from React Bootstrap. At the very beginning, here is the import section for React Bootstrap. Get rid of React, we do not need it. And let's go back for the first column to show product image. For product image, create image tag, set class name to large, set source to product.image and alternative text to product.name. We need to go to the index.css and for img.large, set this class name. Max width 100%. By having this class, you will not have a horizontal scroll if the image is too big. Let's go for next column. In the meantime, you can test the result. Change network to no throttling and refresh. Here we have product image like this. Let's go for product information. In the second column, we are going to create list item group like this. List item group should be imported from React Bootstrap. At the very beginning, I imported React Bootstrap list group. What I have in the list group, I have list item using list group.item. And the first item is the heading 1 for product name. Also, I'm using helmet here, so I can get rid of helmet here because I want to put title tag close to the heading 1 tag. That's why I move it right here. First list group is product name. Second list group is for product rating. So I need to import rating like what we did in the product item component. We need to pass rating and non-reviews from product object. Next item is for product price. Put $sign before it and get it from product.price field. And the last list item is for description, and put the description inside a paragraph. Save the code. And there we are. We shaped the product information column. Let's go for the last column. It's product action. We are going to create a bordered box. So I'm going to use card from React Bootstrap, import it, and inside card define cart body to have padding around the box. Like what we did in the previous column, create list group like this, set variant to flush to get rid of border around the list item, list group, and shape the first list item. Inside this, create a row and column to put price in the left side and the value of price in the right side. Like this. Let's go for next list item. Right after this one, shape the next list item. It's the status of product in the stock. If product.contentStock is greater than 0, we show a badge with background color success and the caption is in stock. Otherwise, define a badge with background color danger and the caption unavailable. Badge should be imported from React Bootstrap. Here is the result. If I go back for this one, it's unavailable. Awesome. Let's go for the last one. Here, as a list item, I need to use conditional rendering. If content stock greater than 0, then render this JSX. It's a list item. Inside that, I defined a div with class name display grid, because I'm going to have a full width button, and that's the way to have full width stuff in React Bootstrap. Inside that, render a button. It's not a regular HTML button. It's a button from React component with style, and set variant to primary to make it blue, and set the caption to add to cart. Great. In less than 90 lines of code, we shaped product page like this, and the data comes from Backend. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create React context to handle state throughout the application, not only for specific components. What we're gonna do is to create a change theme button like this. And when you change the theme, it's gonna change the theme of your application. Let's go for it. Here is the plan. First of all, we need to create store.ts in the root of the src folder. So here inside the src folder of frontend, right click new file, store.ts. The first step to create a context is to define the type of application state. I just set the type to this object. I defined app state. It's an object that has mode as a property of type string. Then I'm using mode for setting dark or light mode. Next step is defining initial state. It's an instance of app state type, and I define this object. In this object, I have mode, and it's time to define the mode value. Here is the value of mode. First of all, check local storage for mode, and if it does exist, use it as mode. Otherwise, check the web browser for the theme. If the selected theme by user in the browser is dark, set the mode to dark, otherwise set it to light. Here is the code to detect if the color preference of user is dark. If it's true, I set it to dark. Also, I'm using local storage to save the selected theme by user in the client. So when user go to this website later, we'll see the preference in that website. Great. I defined the initial state, and the next step is defining reducer to create a Redux context. Before going for reducer, I'm going to define action type. It's an object that has type, property, and the value of type is switch mode. I'm using action type in the reducer to set actions. Next step is defining a reducer. Here is the reducer function. Set define function reducer. It accepts two parameters. First one is a state of type app state, and second one is action of type action. The return value of a reducer is app state. So I get an state, edit the state, and return a new state of type app state. In the reducer, we have switch case to check action type. If action is switch mode, it means that user want to change the switch to dark to light or light to dark. So what I need to return is a new object, and this object has mode, but the value of mode is based on the previous value of mode in the state. If the previous value is dark, I change the new value to light, otherwise make it dark. For all switch cases, we need to have a default. And if the action type is not switch mode, return the previous state as it is. Next step is defining default dispatch. Default dispatch is a function that returns initial state. It runs at the very beginning of running the application to set the initial state for the application. Next step is creating context using react.createContext. The parameter is an object that has a state and dispatch. A state has the initial value, the initial state that we have defined here, and dispatch is default dispatch that we have defined here. So the default dispatch is an arrow function that returns initial state. After creating a store, we need to define a store provider to wrap it around the application. Here is store provider function. It's like a React component that accepts props, and props is a React props with children type. And inside that, we are going to return. And inside that, we are going to define reducer hook. Here is the reducer hook. Reducer accepts two parameters, the reducer function, and the initial state. Here is the reducer function that we have defined here, and we already have initial state. What it returns is the state of application and a dispatch to change the state. The next step is returning store.provider. Before do that, let's rename store.ts to store.tsx because we are going to return a JSX element and it should be TSX. Also, because we are using JSX, import React from React. Good. Let's go for the last step in the store provider, and it's returning store.provider. Here is the return code. What I'm returning is a component inside store named provider. So the return context from store have been used here, the provider property of a store, to wrap the whole application inside a provider to provide these values, the state and dispatch from the use reducer. So I can access to the state and I can change the state using dispatch. Also, I'm going to keep other properties as they are. At the end, we need to export store and store provider like this. Next step is in the main.ts. Go to main.ts and wrap the whole component inside store provider. Move it after helmet provider and import it from store. Right here. Great. We created create. So we created React context and wrapped the whole component in store provider. Next step is using this context. Go to app.tsx and at the very beginning, call useContext hook and pass store as parameter to this hook. Import useContext from React and import store from store.tsx in the RC folder. What it returns is the state that dispatch that we have introduced as value here. So I can access to the mode using state and change it using dispatch function by dispatching switch mode action. Let's go for the next step. It's defining useEffect. Import useEffect from React. Next step is getting a state. Next step, let's get mode from the state. So I can put colon here and get mode from it in one line of code. And I'm going to use mode in the useEffect to change the theme of application. Here is the code of useEffect. Import useEffect from React like this. And in the dependency array parameter of useEffect, put mode. When there is a change in the mode, we want to change the theme of website. To change the theme of website, we use set attribute on the body tag of HTML document. What we do here is to set data-bs-theme attribute based on the selected theme. If it's dark, it's gonna be dark. Otherwise, it's gonna be light. Let's test it. This attribute's introduced in the version 5.3 of Bootstrap. So you need to go to get Bootstrap if your So you need to check the package.json. So you need to check the package.json in the frontend folder and check your Bootstrap version. If it's less than 5.3, like what I have in my case, you need to go to index.html and from getbootstrap.com, click on download, find the JS deliver link of CSS and put it right before Font Awesome link. Also make sure that inside app.tsx, also make sure that in the main.tsx, you remove the import of Bootstrap CSS. So you need to do this step if the Bootstrap version in package.json is less than 5.3. By having this change, let's check the result. Here I changed the theme of my browser to dark. So what I'm seeing here is the dark mode of application. Let's put a button like this one to change or switch the theme. It's super simple. Go to app.tsx, define switch mode handler function. It's an arrow function, and inside that we call dispatch from React context to dispatch this action. Set type to switch mode. In the store.tsx, when we dispatch this action, we check the state. If it's dark, make it light, otherwise make it dark. Let's use the switch mode handler. Inside app.tsx, find the nav here and create this button. Import the button from React Bootstrap, set variant to mode. So if mode is light, the variant of this button is light. For onClick, call switch mode handler. Inside this button, we are going to show an icon, but the icon is conditional. If the mode is light, use font awesome sun, otherwise use moon. Let's test it. Here I have this icon. When I click on it, it's changed. But as you see, the nav bar doesn't change. Let's fix it. Get rid of BG dark and variant dark here. Here is fully theme-based application. Great. In this lesson, we implemented theme using React context. In this lesson, we are going to connect to MongoDB database. The first step is creating a database. We have two options. Installing MongoDB locally on the computer using this address. You just need to go here, click on download, follow the instruction to install MongoDB locally. Or the simpler way is to use Atlas MongoDB. It's a cloud MongoDB server. Just click on try free at this address. Sign up with Google. Select your Google account. And there you will be redirected to cloud.mongodb.com. At the very first step, MongoDB asks you to create a cluster. So you need to create a shared free cluster, follow the default options, and click on create cluster. After that, you will have a cluster, free cluster here, and it's time to create a database. Click on browse collections, create database, enter database name to whatever you like. I'm setting to TS, Amazon DB, enter test in the collection name. And so don't forget to copy this here and go to your VS Code. Inside the backend folder, right-click New File, create a file with this name .env. It should be in the backend folder. And then type MongoDB underline URI equal to, we need to enter the URI here. I just press enter and put the name of DB as a temporary here. It should be deleted after completing the connection. So just put it here and click on create to create your database. Next step is in the network access. Click on add IP address and enter 0.0.0/0. Enter like all as optional, and by having this we can send requests from our local machine to this server. Click on confirm. You will have this record. The next step is in the database access. Click on add new user, enter TS Amazona user, copy this, paste it here, and enter your password. Enter your password here too. Make it something secure. Then scroll down, find add built-in rules and select read and write to any database and click on add user. Next step, click on database, select connect and select connect your application. Copy the connection string and close it. As you see, it says we are deploying your changes, so you need to wait a while to apply this. In the meantime, I'm going to create my MongoDB URI. Paste the value here. As you see, we have 1, 2, and 3.2 enter information. Here is the database name. Just put it right after .NET/ and before question mark. Here is the database name. Database user, enter it in the user section. You need to get rid of angle brackets here. And my password, put it in the my password. Get rid of this data and save it. After this lesson, I will delete this database, so don't use this one because it's not gonna work. You need to create your own user and password and database. And here, as you see, there is no waiting or processing, so the database is ready. To make sure that the database works as we want, you can install MongoDB Campus at this address mongodb.com/products/campus. Click on download and follow the instruction and open it. Here you have new connection. Copy the connection string entirely, copy and paste it in the URI part here like this and click on connect. It's connecting to the cluster on MongoDB. So when you have this, it means that the connection string is correct. Awesome. Let's go for the next step. The next step is installing packages to connect to the database. We are going to use free packages. Open a new terminal. go to Backend folder and install .env to access the .env file to read MongoDB connection. Mongoose, it's a ORM to access to MongoDB, and type goes to implement typing for the database model. Press enter to install them. So in the dependency section, I have type goes, Mongoose, and Express. Next step is in the index.ts. At the very beginning, right after app, at the very beginning, call .env config and import .env from .env. By calling config function, the values inside the env file will be fetched. Next step is defining MongoDB URI. We try to fetch from the .env file using process.env.mongodb URI. If it doesn't exist, use the MongoDB connection string on the local computer. Import Mongoose from Mongoose and call set function of Mongoose to set the options of a strict query to true. By having this, we do not get any deprecation warning in the code. And the last step to connect to the MongoDB is calling connect function on the MongoDB object and passing the MongoDB URI as parameter to this function. We use then and catch. If everything is okay, show this message connected. If there is an error, show error in MongoDB. Let's check the result here in the backend. As you see, I'm getting connected to MongoDB. Next step is creating product model. Inside the backend folder, src, right click, new file, models folder. In the models folder, right click, new file, and the file name is product model.ts. For defining a model, we use type goes, import model options, prop, and model get model for class from type goes, call model options, and define the schema options to timestamps true. By having this, the model that we define here will have created at and last updated at field in each record. Then define a class and export it. The class name is product. Let's define the first field, and it is ID and it is required. So I'm using exclamation mark. ID will be generated automatically by MongoDB. Let's go for next field, and it's the name. The name is required, and I'm using @prop using type goes to set the validation for this field. Here I'm setting required to true. Let's go for next one. It is slug required and unique. Set unique index to true using prop of type goes. For other fields, I'm adding image, brand, category, description, price, content stock, and rating. These fields are numbers. The default value is 0 and they are required. And description, category, brand, image, they are required of type string. To get rid of this error about decorators, go to tsconfig, in Backend folder and add two settings: experimental decorator to true and emit decorator metadata to true. By having this setting, you will not get any warning here. Let's go for the last step in product model, and it's using get model for class. At the very end, export const product model, and this model comes from get model for class function from type ghost, and we pass the product class that we have defined here as parameter to this. So the return value from this function is a mongoose model, so we can use it in our code. Good, we successfully implemented model, and the next step is creating a product router. So far we have two routes inside the index.ts /API/products and /API/products/slug, but we are going to make the routes modular. To do that, we need to go to src folder, create a specific folder for routers, and inside routers create a new file for product router, create a new file for product router.ts. Inside product router, first of all, we need to define product router from express.router and export it. Import express from express. Next step is defining a route. Here is the way to define it. Put product router and the method is get. The address is /. So when I use it in the index.ts, the final address should be /API/products. The second parameter for route is a function that handles the request at this address. But I need to install async handler package to handle async operations that I'm going to do here to fetch data from the database. So open a new terminal, go to Backend folder, and install Express Async Handler using this command. Here we are getting this error message because TypeGhost is not compatible with the MongoDB version 7 completely. We use -- force for it. So run it -- force. So here we can use async handler. In the second parameter, define async handler, import it. Import async handler from express async handler package. And inside async handler, define async function that accepts request and response. And inside that, we call find method on product model. Import product model from models folder and return it using rest.json to the front end. Save the code and let's duplicate it for defining a slug. So put /slug/:slug. So to access to this API, we need to have an API like this, /API/slug/ let's say t-shirt. It's the slug of product. Inside the code, we need to find slug equal to rec.params.slug. And here it's a product. And this function is find one. We are going to find one record, not an array. Then check if product exists, return it using rest.json. Otherwise, set the status code of this response to 404 and send this JSON message product not found. Save the code, and we are ready to use it inside the index.ts. Here, find the two routes, get rid of them, and replace them with this single line of code, app.use for /API/products. This router will handle all requests to this address. Import product router from routers folder. We do not need this one. And this one too. Great. We successfully implemented product router, and we are ready to go for next step. If I go to localhost colon 4000 /API/products, I have empty array. It means that it works because in the database we do not have any products. Let's add sample products. To do that, I'm going to add a new route, new file in routers, and the name of this one is seed router. Inside seed router, create seed router from express.router, import express from express, then call get function on seed router, and for this API /API/seed, we are going to use this handler, import async handler from express async handler, and inside that define async function that accept request from express and response from express to. Inside that, call delete many on product model to delete all records on the product. Here the empty object means that there is no filter. Delete all. Import product model from models folder, and then call insert many on product model to insert an array of products. Import products, import sample products from data, and then send back. You can use JSON here. Send back the created products. Let's test it. Instead of /API, let's use the seed router inside index. At the end, we need to export it. Export seed router. So go back to index.ts, duplicate this one, and rename it to seed, and make it seed router. Press tab to import it. Let's test this API /API/seed. Here I have created products. So if I click back and refresh, I have list of products at this IP address. Here I have sample slug. Copy this, put /slug/ paste the slug here. We have sample product here. Good, we've successfully implemented MongoDB in this application, and we are ready to use it in the next lesson. Before going for the next lesson, just check the application. Here we have product, but if I click on it, I will not get the product because I need to go to product page and go to use product details and change it, the URL to /slug/ the value of a slug. Save the code and refresh. Awesome. I have product. Great. We successfully implemented database MongoDB connection in this lesson. Don't forget to go to .gitignore in the backend folder and add .env here So you shouldn't have .env as a part of your Git repository. In this lesson, I'm going to implement Add to Cart. When user click on Add to Cart button in the home page, I'm going to implement Add to Cart in the React context and show the items in the cart in the header. Let's start by first step, and it's creating cart types. Go to Types folder, right-click New File, cart.ts. The first type that I'm going to define here is cart item. Export type cart item and set it to this type. It has image, it's a string, or it can be undefined. Next cart item field is a slug. It should be a string too. Content stock is type number. Quantity of type number, price of type number, ID number, and name number. So, as you see, these fields are very similar to the product, but we added a new field named quantity. Because in the cart item, we should know how many products of which product do we have. The next type is shipping address. We need to save the shipping address in the shopping cart. So I define shipping address type. It includes full name, address, city, country, and postal code of user. And the last one is the time to define the cart object itself. For cart object, we have, after defining cart item and shipping address, it's time to use them in the cart type. Here is the cart type. We have cart items. It's an array of cart item type. We have shipping address equal to shipping address type, payment method of type string, and prices. For cart, we have 4 prices: sum of all items prices, shipping price, tax price, and total price, all of type number. After defining type, it's time to go store.js and create cart object in the application store. Go to store.js. In the app state, type define cart of type cart, imported from types folder. Go to initial state and right after mode, add, define cart object and set it to equal to this object. In this object, we have cart item. The default or initial value for cart item is empty array. We have shipping address. We need to fill the default values for shipping address. Payment method, by default, it's PayPal. And prices, all of them equal to 0. Because I'm going to save the cart item in the local storage, it's better to check the local storage before setting initial value to empty array. So for cart item, what I'm gonna do is to get rid of empty array and use this code. If in the local storage we have cart item, convert that item to a JavaScript object and put it in the cart item. Because by default values in the cart items is a string, we need to use JSON parse to convert them to real object in the JavaScript. Also, I'm using exclamation mark to make sure that this value exists. For the shipping address, do the same. get rid of empty object and set it to this value. If we have shipping address in the local storage, use it. Otherwise, the default value for shipping address is empty object. For PayPal, do the same. If we have payment method inside local storage, use it. As you see here, I'm not using JSON parse because it's a string and there is no need to convert a string to any other data type using JSON parse. Great, that's it about setting initial value for cart object in the React context state. Let's go for next step. I'm going to add a new action. So in the type action, I want to add a new type and set it like this. The type is cart add item and the payload is cart item. It's a new action that I added to the action type. Import cart item from types folder here. And if I save the code, it just moves the code to new lines and add a pipe before the first item. That's okay. Next step is in the reducer and get rid of issue here. It says property cart is missing in the type here. So I need to put ... state to fix this issue. What it does is to keep the previous value inside the state because state by default is of type app state. We have mode already there. So by using ... state, we say that we do not change any other fields in the state, but we are going to only update the mode field. So we use this style for all cases in the switch case of reducer. Let's go for defining a case for cart add item. Right after the return, add a case for cart add item. Here, first of all, I'm going to get the new item from action.payload. So we are going to add this item to the cart. Before adding item, we need to search in the cart items in the state to find this new item. If we have a product in the cart item with this ID, so we should not add a new record to the cart item because we already have it. So we need to increase number of that item in the cart. So we need to update the quantity of the new item in the cart. To do that, I'm using this code. If we already have this item in the cart, what we did here is to update only quantity of item in the cart. How we did it? We use map function to find that item, and when we find it, replace it with new item. The new item contains the new quantity. That's why we updated the quantity of this item in the cart. If the item is not new item, we keep it as it was before. But what if the item does not exist in the cart item in the React context? We need to add it at the end of the cart items array. So to add it, I'm using curly bracket, the structure cart items, and add it, new item, at the list of other cart items right here. Next step is saving cart items in the local storage. Here I'm using a stringify of JSON to convert cart item array JavaScript to a string value inside the local storage. In the local storage, we only can save a string data. At the end, we need to add the updated state. So what we return here is previous state, but for cart object, we update it. But in the cart object, we do not update other fields of cart object. We keep them as they are before, but only cart items in the cart will be updated by the value that we calculated here. So by running this code, the new state contains the new item. That's it about the store.js, the React context, and we are ready to go to app.tsx. What I'm gonna do here is to get the cart from store and show it inside the cart menu in the UI. From state, get cart, and find the cart anchor, replace anchor with link, change href to 2 and keep navlink in the class, and the closing one should be a link to. The link comes from React Router DOM. At the very beginning, we imported from React Router DOM. Next step is in the caption of this link after cart, use this conditional rendering. If the cart in the use context cart items.length is greater than 0, we need to show a badge. Badge is a component from React Bootstrap. We need to import it, make it like pill to shape a circle, and set background color to danger to make it red. What is the value inside this badge? I'm using reduce function on the cart item to sum up all cart items quantity together. Save it. And here we do not have any item in the cart. So there is no change in the UI. If I click add to cart, nothing happens. Let's go and implement it. First of all, go to utils folder, go to utils.ts inside src folder, and define convert product to cart item function. This function accepts a product and return a cart item. We need it in the add to cart handler. Let's import cart from types folder and cart item from types folder too. Inside that, I'm using this code. Create cart item object of type cart item, and from the parameter product, generate a cart item object. So all values come from the product. But I set the quantity to 1. By default, the quantity of product in the cart item is 1. Let's fix this issue. Inside the product, we need to add ID of type string. So in the product, I added ID of type string. As you see, there is no error here. Next step is in product item. Go to product item component inside components folder, and at the very beginning, use context hook. Import it from React and import store from store ts. I get state and dispatch from this hook, and from the state, get cart items. We need it in the add to cart function. Then define add to cart function like this. It's an async function. Then define add to cart function like this. It accepts item of type cart item, import cart item from types folder. What I'm gonna do here is to dispatch add to cart. But before that, I'm going to use find on the cart items in the React context to see if I already have this product in the cart item. Based on the exist item, I calculate the quantity. If I already have this item in the cart, I'm going to increase the quantity by 1. Otherwise, if it's a new item, set the quantity to 1. Next step is checking the content stock. If content stock of this product is less than quantity, I need to show this error message and return. Don't go to the next step. Otherwise, dispatch this action. Set type to cart add item, and the payload is all fields of item, and add the quantity that we calculated in this step. Great. Let's use add to cart handler inside the add to cart button for onClick event. Here is onClick event. I'm calling add to cart handler, and inside that, as parameter, I use convert product to cart item to convert the product inside this component to a cart item object. Imported. It should be imported from utils folder. And there we are. In the add to cart handler, we have a cart item. So here is the cart item, and here is the code to add an item to the cart. Let's check the result. Click add to cart. It's added. Add another one. It's 2, 3, 4. And that's it. We implemented add to cart functionality. Here we are going to implement add to cart in the product page. Go to the product page, and like what we did in the product item component, we need to get cart from React context using this code. Use context hook, import it from React, and pass store object from store.ts as parameter to this function, and the structure state and dispatch from the result of this function. Then get cart from state, and we're gonna use it in this code. What we're gonna do here is to define add to cart handler function like this. Call find method on cart item to check if we have this product in the cart or not. Based on this, we calculate quantity. If we already have this product in the cart, increase the quantity. Otherwise, set the default quantity to 1. Then we have if condition. If content stock is less than quantity, show this error message. Sorry, product is out of stock. Here I'm going to use Toast from React Toastify. So we need to install it. Open a new terminal. Go to frontend folder and npm install React-Toastify. Based on the documentation in React Toastify, we need to import Toast container inside app.tsx. Open app.tsx. At the very beginning, import Toast container and import React Toastify CSS from Node module folder at this address. Then find the header, and right before header, define this component, toast container, set position to whatever you like. I'm setting to bottom center, and set the limitation for number of toast at a time. I set it to 1. Save it. Go back to product page and import toast from React Toastify. Like this. Then let's continue the code. If we can add the product to the cart, we need to dispatch this action, cart add item, and the payload is convert product to item function by passing product to this function. Import convert product to cart item from utils folder, utils.js, utils, and what we did here is to convert the product, the structure fields of product, and replace the quantity with the value of quantity that we calculated here. Then show this message, product added to the cart. Then navigate user to the cart page. For navigate, we need to define use navigate hook. Import it from React Router DOM, get navigate, and use it to redirect user. Good. Here is the function to add an item to the cart and redirect user to the cart page. I'm gonna use toast.success inside the product item to go to product item.tsx. Right after clicking on add to cart item, I'm going to toast this message and import it from React Toastify like this. Awesome, it's time to use add to cart handler inside the component. Find add to cart, scroll down here, and add this property, unclick add to cart handler. Let's test the result. I click on add to cart handler. Product added to the cart. Go to product details, click add to cart. Here we are getting this error because we did not implement cart page. It's the topic of next lesson. But when we click on it, it gets increased. It's 13, add to cart, and click back. It's 14. So it means that it works. Great. The last step in this lesson is installing React Router Bootstrap. Open terminal, in the front-end folder npm I React Router Bootstrap. What is this package? It's for creating link for components that we cannot set a link directly to them, like in the app.tsx. For navbar brand, we are going to make it linkable to the homepage. The only way to do that is to use the React Router Bootstrap package by using link container. Link container should be imported from React Router Bootstrap and set to, like what we did in the React Router, to the homepage, and move the navbar brand inside the link container. Great. Here we are getting an error, and it's about the declaration file for this one. So what I need to do is to follow the instruction here to install the types of React Router Bootstrap. Open your new terminal and paste the code here, npm install save dev types of React Router Bootstrap. After running this, we don't have this error anymore. Let's check the result here. This time it's linkable. When I click on the brand of the website, I can go to the home page. Awesome. We've successfully implemented React Router Bootstrap in the project, and that's it about this lesson. In this lesson, we are going to implement cart screen or cart page. When user add to cart, we will be redirected to the cart page and we are going to show list of cart items here. Let's implement it. Here is the plan. Go to frontend, src pages and right click new file for tsx. First step is creating cart page component, export default cart page. Then we need to get access to the navigate from use navigate hook from React Rotterdam, because in this page we are going to redirect user to the other pages. Next step is getting list of cart items in the React context. Use context hook and pass store.ts as parameter to this hook. Then the structure the state, and from state get cart, and from cart get cart items. If you check store.tsx, you will see that we have cart item inside the store. So we get cart items. Also, I'm going to get a dispatch because I may need to dispatch an action in this page. Here it's time to define update cart handler function. I use this function to change the quantity of products in the cart page. This function accepts two parameters, the item in the cart item and the quantity of type number. Import cart item from types folder. Inside that, I need to check the quantity by the content stock of the item. If we don't have it, we need to toast an error. Import toast from React Toastify and return. If I have this product, dispatch cart add item action, and as payload the structure item, and update the quantity of item based on the quantity that user selected in the update cart handler function. So we keep items as it is and change the quantity to the selected value by user. Next step is returning the JSX. Return like this. Inside the return part, I'm going to return a div, and in the div, return helmet, import helmet from helmet, React helmet async, set the title of page to shopping cart, create heading 1, set it to shopping cart, and create a row. We are going to shape the cart items here. Import row from React Bootstrap. Inside row, create column width of 8 of 12 and another column for medium device 4 of 12. We are ready to list cart items here, and we are ready to show the subtotal and go to checkout button here. Let's go for the first column. Import column from React Bootstrap. If cart item.length is 0, show a message box. Import message box from components folder. Cart is empty, and put a link from React Rotterdam to homepage, and the title of this link is Go Shopping. Otherwise, we need to list items. I'm using list group. Import list group from React Bootstrap. Inside list group, use map function on the cart item and convert each item to a list group item. Use key to make each list item unique by setting key to the ID of product in the item. Here it's time to create a row like this. Set the align items to center for the row and create the first column. We are going to shape a table. So the first column is the image of product and the name of product. I'm using img tag and set the class name to img Floyd, rounded, and img and thumbnail. Where does it come from? The thumbnail inside the index.css right after img large. We need to add img thumbnail duplicated and set height to 80 pixel. img.thumbnail. Save it, go back to the cart page, and after putting image, set source to image.item and alternative text to image.name. Create a link for product name, and the link should be to this address /product/slug of product. So inside the cart page, user can click on a product and go to the product and check the product details if they want. Save the code to format your code. And let's go for the next column. It's the item.quantity. I'm going to use two buttons for decrease and increase number of quantity in the cart page. So right before item.quantity span, create a button like this. Import button from React Bootstrap. Set onClick to the update cart handler function that we defined here. And the parameters to this function is item, and second one is the quantity -1. So what we did here is to create a button to decrease the quantity by 1. Make it disabled if item.quantity is 1. Why? Because we don't want to make the quantity to 0. Set variant to light and use icon of font awesome minus circle. Then create a space using curly bracket, quotation, space, quotation, closing curly bracket. Like what we did in the minus button, we need to add plus button. Here is plus button. Just increase by 1 and disable if the quantity is equal to content stock. We cannot increase the quantity more than content stock. And the icon is font awesome plus circle. Next column is the price. And the last column is delete column using this icon inside a button. Set it to font awesome trash. Great, that's it about the first column. For second column in the cart page, we are going to shape subtotal. So create cart to create a bordered box. Inside cart, create cart body and put the closing one. Import the cart from React Bootstrap and we are ready to create subtotal section. Create a list group. Set variant to flush to get rid of border because we already have border for the card. And shape the first column, first list group like this. It's heading 3. And inside that, I'm going to show subtotal. Inside parentheses, calculate number of items in the cart using cart_item.reduce and summing up the quantity of each item in the cart. Put in a space, show items, so it's gonna be subtotal 3 items, and put $sign to calculate the price by multiplying price of items in the cart items by the quantity of each items. The next list item is a button to redirect user to the checkout page. Put it in a div with class name to degree to make it full width. Set the type to button, variant to primary, and for onClick, set the handler to checkout handler. If there is no item in the cart, make this button disabled. For checkout handler, scroll up, find the return, and right after return, define checkout handler. In this function, call navigate and redirect user to sign in screen, and put a question mark, then redirect user to the shipping screen. So we need to make sure that user is signed in, and if user is signed in, then redirect it to the shipping screen to enter the address. Save the code and go to main.tsx cart page. Create a route, set path to /to cart, and element is cart page imported, and close it. Let's test the result. Click on cart. Awesome. Here we have shopping cart. As you see, the buttons here is not what we want because we are in the dark theme, but the buttons are light. To fix it, we can go to cart page, scroll up, find the context, and from state get mode. So mode is dark or light based on the selected theme. So I can use it inside the buttons for variant instead of constant light, use mode. And for the last one, mode. Save it. Much better, yeah? So from this product, we have 8 items. Let's make it 9. Can you see the subtotal? It's changed, decrease, and increase. Because we save data in the local storage, if I refresh data, I can keep the data as they are. But the remove button doesn't work. It's the topic of next lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement remove item from cart. First step, go to cart page and find the return part. Right before return, define remove item handler. Set the item. The parameter is item of type cart item, and inside that we dispatch this action cart remove item. The payload is the item that we are going to delete. You will have type error here. We will go for it in the store TSX, but before it, let's use remove item handler in the button to delete here. Set onClick to arrow function, put remove item handler and pass item as parameter to it. Then scroll up and go to store.tsx. Find the action part and duplicate cart add item and replace it with cart remove item. Save it. If we check the cart page, there is no type error here. Next step is putting the case for cart remove item. Right after this case, create another case, cart remove item. In this block, I'm going to get the cart items In this block, I call filter on the cart items in the React context and filter the item in the cart items that is equal to the item in the action.payload. Inside cart page, we pass the item as payload. So to remove this item, we need to call filter function and keep all items in the cart, but remove the one that is equal to the payload. So when this condition is true, the item will be deleted from the list. And when this condition is false, the item will be added to the list. So only the item that is equal to the payload item will be deleted and other items will be kept in the cart items. Then I save the cart items in the local storage and return it back as new state inside the cart object. As you see here, I keep all other fields of cart object, including shipping address and payment method, and replace the cart items with the calculated cart items here. Let's check the result. Click on remove. Awesome. And there we are. The shopping cart is empty. Go shopping. Subtotal is 0 and proceed to checkout is disabled. Go shopping, select a product, add to cart, product added to the cart. I can change the theme and increase, decrease. There we are. If I click on proceed to checkout, I will be redirected to the sign-in page, which is the topic of next lesson, to implement the sign-in page. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create Backend API for sign-in. Let us start by creating a user model in the models folder of Backend. Go to frontend, go to Backend, src, models, right-click new file, usermodel.ts. Like what I did in the product model, I import model options, prop, and get model for class from typegos. Then I define the options for the user schema and set the timestamp to true. So when I create a new record, automatically created add and last updated add will be set for the new record in user collection. Then I define user class and export it. Inside that, define the fields of user. I'm using props decorator to set the validation rules and setting for the fields. For example, for name, it is required. For email, it is required, and I enable a unique index on it. So we cannot add duplicate email to the user model. The next field is password. And the last one is admin of type Boolean. By default, it is false. So when I create a new user, by default, the user is normal user. Then get model from the user schema and put it in the user model and export it. So I can use it in other files to create user object in the database. Let's go for next step, and it's installing Bcrypt.js. From terminal, new terminal, go to Backend folder and npm i Bcrypt.js. We need Bcrypt.js to create password in the database. If you are getting this error, don't worry, because there is a conflict between typegos and Mongoose, so I'm going to use force. And in next update of typegos, it's gonna be aligned with the version 7 of Mongoose. So it's not a big issue. And typegos updates regularly, and they are going to update it with the latest version of Mongoose. So for installing new packages in Backend folder, you just need to use --force, and that's okay. Great. Check the package.json in Backend folder to make sure that we have type bcrypt here, and then go to the data.ts in Backend folder, src, and like what we did for sample products, we are going to create sample users. Go at the very end and define sample users like this. Export const sample users. It's an array of user. Import user from models/user model. We already created it and we import it from user model. So we import user from user model, and what we define here, it's an array, and inside this array we have two users. First username is Joe, email is admin@example.com, and the password comes from bcrypt. We need to import bcrypt, scroll up, and at the very beginning, import bcrypt from bcrypt.js. We are getting error for not having declaration file, so try this command in a new terminal. In the backend folder, npm install types of bcrypt.js. Like always, we are getting the error, use --force, and there we are. There is no error here. Good. Let's go for next step. Here we have sample users. The isAdmin for the first user is true, and isAdmin for second user is false, and they are having the same password. You can set whatever you like as password for users. If you check the import of product, it's different from import of the user. We are going to make it like user, so change it to models and change it to product model. So import product model here. When you have this change, you will get error here, and it says ID is declared here. So we need to go to the product model and make the ID optional to get rid of this error. Great. Let's go to the types folder in the backend, and we do not need product anymore. So I'm going to delete it, move to trash, and inside types folder, I'm going to define request type. Create a new file, set the file name to request.ts. We need this one for authenticating user. What is request? Request should be defined in the express namespace. So declare namespace express, and inside that, export interface request. So we are editing the request of express by adding user object to the request. Add user and define it like this. For user, we have ID, name, email, isAdmin, and token. So for authenticated request, we have user information that send the request. So we need to have this type in the request of express to be able to access them and authenticate user. We'd use them in the next lesson, but I'm going to have this file in the types folder because types folder is empty by removing the product from it. To get rid of errors about no namespace and about no unused var, we can simply click on the lamp, select disable for the entire file, click on this one, and disable for the entire file, and that's it. By disabling ESLint, there is no error in the request. Good. Let's go for step 4, seeding sample users. Go to seed router, and right after delete menu and insert menu for product, do the same for users. So here I'm deleting all users inside the user model, import user model from models folder, and call insert menu on user model, pass sample users from where? From data.ts, and get the created user and return it back to the front end. Let's test it. Enter the address of backend /API/seed and press enter. Here we have created products, and here we have created users. So we successfully created users in the database, and they are IDs of users in the DB. Next step is installing JSON Web Token. We need to authenticate user using JSON Web Token and generate token when user log in and use it for next request to authenticate the user. Let us start by opening terminal, going to backend folder, and npm I stand for install. So use -- force to install the JSON Web Token. Next step is in the .env file, go to .env file in the backend folder. Next step is in the .env file in the backend folder and define JWT_secret and make it to something secret. Make it secret because it's very important, and a hacker by having this can decrypt your data. Next step is in the utils.js. We need to go to the backend folder in the src, right click, new file, define utils.ts. In utils.ts, define generate token function and export it. It's an arrow function that accepts user of type user in the models as parameter, and inside that we are going to create token using JSON Web Token and return it. Inside that, return jwt.sign function. Import jwt from JSON Web Token, and like always we are getting declaration error. Copy this command, open terminal, and while you are in backend folder, install types of JSON Web Token using force property, force parameter, and there we are. There is no error for JSON Web Token. What we return here is calling sign function of JWT. What is sign function? It generates a hashed version of the value you pass as the first parameter based on the secret key that you pass in the second parameter and based on the options that you pass as the third parameter. So the generated token can be used to authenticate the user. As first parameter, we pass the ID of user, name and email, and the isAdmin status. So user cannot edit this information and hack the system because the token has this data encrypted. Second parameter is JWT secret from .env file, but if it doesn't exist, use something secret as default. And for the options, this token will be expired in 30 days. You can make it to whatever you like. Save the utils and go back to the routers folder in backend, right click, new file, and create user router.ts. In the user router, first of all, import express and request and response. Then import async handler from express async handler. And the last import is for user model from models folder. By having these imports, we are ready to shape the Signin API. First of all, define user router from express.router and export it. Then, for user router, we are going to define post API using user router.post, open parentheses, and the address is /signin. So the final slash is gonna be post request to /API /users/signin. So what is the function to handle this request? To this API, we pass the email and password to authenticate. So what I'm gonna do is to define this function. It's an async function that accepts request and response. And inside that, I need to send MongoDB query to find the user from the database based on the user that user passed in the body of the request. So it's gonna be like this. Define user equal to find one on the user model in MongoDB. And the criteria is finding user based on the email in the body of this request. When we have post request, make sure you have the closing parentheses. And here we have the API structure. When you want to access the body of request in a post API, you need to go to the definition of express in index.ts. And at the very beginning, right after setting course, you need to have two middlewares. The first one is express JSON, and second one is express URL encoded, setting encoded extended to true. By having these middlewares, we can access to the body of post request inside the API handler. Good. At this point, we have the user, but we need to check the user. If it does exist, we have a user with this email in the database. Otherwise, we need to send error message. Here is if condition, if user exists. We need to have another check. If user exists, we need to check the password using this code. Use bcrypt. We need to import bcrypt from bcrypt.js and call compare sync on bcrypt. What it does is to compare the plain text password. Here is the real password that user entered in the form and passed it to this API. And second parameter is the encrypted password in the database. By using compare sync, we can compare plain text password with encrypted password. And if they are equal to each other, it means that the user is logged in. I need to return this object to the caller of this API in frontend. What is the object? The ID of user, name of user, email of user, is admin, status of user, and the most important field is the token. We use this token to authenticate user for next request. How to calculate the token? Using generate token function. Imported from utils folder, we pass the user to generate token, and inside generate token, we generate token using sign function of JWT and return it back to the token field and pass it back to the sign-in form in frontend. Then return. We do not need to continue the code, but if there is something wrong, we just need to send the status code. We just need to set the status code to 401 and send this JSON object invalid email or password. Good. We successfully implemented the user router, yet let's use it in the index.ts like what we did for products. Duplicate it and rename it to user router. Press tab to import user router from routers folder. Let's check the result. To check the result, I'm going to use Advanced REST Client. Type Advanced REST Client in the Google and find Advanced REST Client Chrome extension. If you don't have this app, install it, and when you install it, you have Launch App button. Click on it. You will be redirected to a page like this, and we are going to send request to the Backend API to test the Signin API. Change method to post. Set address to localhost colon 4000/API/users/signin, and inside the body set it to JSON Visual Editor and set it to application JSON, and here create a JSON object, set email to admin@example.com and password to 123456 and send. Awesome. Here is the result. The result code is 200. It's okay. And the object is the user in the database and the token generated by JSON Web Token. If I enter wrong password, what do I get? I get 401 unauthorized error, and the message is invalid email or password. It means that we successfully implemented the Backend API for sign-in, so we are ready to use it in the next lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. Here is the plan to create a sign-in page. First of all, we need to create a hook to call the Signin API in Backend. Go to frontend, src hooks, and create a new file. Set file name to user hooks.ts. Here I'm going to define user sign-in mutation hook. By using this hook, I call use mutation from React query to send AJAX request to backend for sign-in for calling sign-in API. I set it equal to an arrow function, and this arrow function return use mutation. Use mutation is a hook from React query to send post and put request to backend. For get request, we use query, and for updating or deleting data, we use mutation. As you see, we need to set options. Let's create object to define options. The first option is mutation fn. It stands for mutation function. I need to set it to I want to set it to an async function that accepts email and password and send AJAX request using API client. Here is the code of mutation function. It's an async function that accepts email and password. The data type of email and password is a string. And what it returns is the result of API client post function. So API client is like Axios. I need to import API client from API client TS. And I call post API post function on it. The URL that I'm going to send post request is /API/users/signin. In previous lesson, we implemented this API. The second parameter is the request .body. It's the payload of this request. I'm passing user email and password. After finishing this API, I get data from the response of Axios and return it back to this function to be used for mutation function. Get rid of extra curly bracket and parentheses and save the code. Here is use mutation sign in. The return data type of this function is user info. Let's define it. Go to types folder in the front end and create a new type. Set the name to userinfo.ts. What is the type of userinfo? Export type userinfo and include all fields that we have defined in the user router: name, email, is admin, and token. Because I'm not gonna use ID in the front end, I only get name, email, token, and is admin. Save it and go back to user info, Command I or Control Space on Windows, and import it. Great, we successfully implemented use sign in mutation. We used use mutation from React query to send a post request to backend to get the user authentication. Let's go and define sign in page and use this hook. Go to pages folder, create new file, signinpage.tsx. Let's start by defining sign in function and export default it. Then get navigate from use navigate, because after login we need to redirect user to the next page. Import it from React Rotterdam. Get the redirect in the query string using this code. Import use location from React Rotterdam. Get search from use location and use URL search params from JavaScript and pass the search from React Rotterdam to this function and get the redirect. What it does is to get the value of redirect in the URL, in the query string, and here we check it. If it does exist, use it. If it doesn't exist, redirect user to the home page after successful login. Put that value in the redirect because we need to use it after user login. Next step is defining hooks for getting email and password in the input boxes. Import use hook, use state from React, then get user info from the context. We use context, import it from React. To access to the React context, we should pass store.ts as parameter to use context, and here we have access to the state and dispatch to send an action. Inside the state of React context, we do not have user info, so I need to go to store.tsx. At the very beginning, in the app state, define user info and make it optional, and the data type of user info is user info. Import user info from types folder. In the initial state, at the very beginning, I check the local storage for user info. If it does exist, put it in the user info in the initial state, otherwise make it null. By having this command, when we save the user login in the local storage, after refreshing the page, we keep the user authentication in the website. Next step is defining action in the action type. The action that I'm going to define is user sign in, and the type of payload is user info. So after successful login, I need to call to dispatch this action to update the state of user info inside the React context. What should I do after dispatching user action? I need to go to the cases in the reducer and define a new case. If user sign in, then update the user info with the data in the action.payload. Action.payload has the return value from the backend API for sign in. So we save the token, user, email, and password and is admin inside the React state. Great, let's go back to the sign-in page. And at this point, we have the real user info data in the sign-in page. Next step is use sign-in mutation hook that we defined in the user hook.ts. Import it from user hook here, and the structure to object mutate async and rename mutate async to sign in and is loading. So mutate async is a function that when we call it, mutate function will be called. So we need to call it when user click on submit button. I just rename it to sign in because it is much better in terms of naming in this context. Next step is defining submit handler. When user click on login button, I need to have submit handler function. It's an async function that accepts event of type synthetic event. First of all, we need to call prevent defaults. We're not gonna refresh the page when user click on the login button. Then define try catch block. In the try part, call sign in. Here it's the mutate async function that we rename it to sign in. And by calling this, the mutate function will be called. We pass email and password as parameter to sign in function because inside the user hook, the structure of mutation function accepts two parameters. That's why I'm passing email and password here. After getting data, here data is the data field of API client. So we get the data of type user info. Then dispatch user signing and save the backend data in the React context. In next step, we save the data in the local storage and then redirect user to the navigate. There is no need to have this because we already checked user redirect at this line. So what we did is to check user and info, update React context, save in the local storage, and redirect to the redirect inside the query string of the URL. If there is an error, we need to toast an error, import toast from React Toastify, import get error from utils folder, and import API error from types folder. By having this line of code, we can show error message to user. Here is the import part of sign-in page. Save the code and we are ready to go for the JSX part after submit handler. Before going for it, let me define useEffect here. Import useEffect from React and check the user info in the React context. If we have user info, it means that user already logged in, so there is no need to log in again. So we redirect user to the next step inside the redirect query string value. Like always, as a second parameter for useEffect, we need to list all values that we used inside the first parameter, including user info, navigate, and redirect. Awesome. Let's go for defining the return part. Here I'm using container from React Bootstrap and set the container to small container. What is a small container? Go to index.css. At the very end, define a small container and set max width to 600 pixel. So what we're gonna do here is to have a center aligned 600 pixel box to show email and password form, login form. Import helmet from helmet React helmet async to show signing in the tab title, and inside heading 1 set the title to sign in and set margin vertically to 3 rem. Next step, create a form and set onSubmit to submit handler. Import form from React Bootstrap. Then create the first field. For creating a field, we use form.group to shape label and input box next to each other. Set class name to margin button 3 and set control ID to email. Inside form group, define form label and form control. This one shape the label and this one is for creating input box. Set type to email, make it required, and on change update the email in the email state using setEmail function. Second input box is for password, very similar to email, but the type is password. The third one in the form is a div. Set class name like what we did for others, margin button 3, and inside that create button from React Bootstrap, set disable to is loading. So while we processing the form, sign in button is disabled, make type to submit, and the caption is sign in. Also, if we are loading, show loading box imported from components folder. And the last div is for asking user, create a div, set class name margin button 3, and ask user new customer, put a space and create a link imported from React Rotterdam. And the to field is /signup redirect, and put the redirect value that we get from the query string. The caption of this link is create your account. Good. In 83 lines of code, we created sign-in page, and it's time to go to main.tsx, duplicate one of routes and rename them to sign-in and set the element to sign-in page. What we did is to add sign-in to the list of route by going to /sign-in. We can see this page. Let's test it. Here I click on proceed to checkout. Awesome. The URL is sign-in redirect /shipping. Let me open the network tab and enter admin@signexample.com and enter 123456 and click on sign in. Awesome. The sign in is successful, and in the preview of result we have email is admin, name and token, and what we have here is the redirect URL /shipping. If I click on back, I cannot access to the sign-in page anymore, because in the use effect in sign-in page right here, if user info exists, we do not redirect user to the sign-in page. Inside the header, there is no change in the sign-in. It should be the name of user. Let's fix it. Go to app.tsx, find sign-in and delete it. Replace it with this conditional rendering. If user info exists, show a nav dropdown imported from React Bootstrap and set the title of this dropdown menu to userinfo.name and set ID to basic nav dropdown. Inside that, create a link for sign out, set class name to dropdown item, and set onClick to sign out handler. If user info does not exist, show sign in button as it was before. What is user info? Let's get it from the context If you check the sign in page, we already did it right here. Copy this, go to app.tsx, and here and here we just need to type user info to extract the user info from the React context. That's it. What about sign out handler? Let's implement sign out handler. Right before return, define sign out handler like this. Dispatch type to user sign out and remove all items inside the local storage, including user info, cart items, shipping address, and payment method. Then redirect user to the sign-in page. Let's define a type for user sign out. Go to store.js, find the action part here, and right after sign in, define type user sign out, go to the cases in the reducer, and define user sign out case here. What I'm gonna return is to keep the state as before, update the cart, and define a case for user sign out. What I'm gonna return is to reset all options, all state in the React context. For mode, I set it to the default setting in the browser by user. For cart, I make cart items empty, payment method to default, payment method PayPal, shipping address to empty, info, and item prices, other prices to 0. Also, there is no user here, so it's gonna be null. Let's check the result. Here, I have Joe, and if I click on sign out, I will be redirected to sign in page. Let's click on sign in again. I have Joe here, and when I click on sign out, I will be redirected to sign in, and the caption is sign in. Great, in this lesson we successfully implemented sign in page, and in next lesson we go for create account, sign up. See you on next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to create a register screen. Let us start by making Backend API for register. Go to user router, and like what we did for sign in, we are going to create a function to handle sign up API. Here is the sign up API. When user go to this address /API/user/signup and send post request to this API, we handle it inside async handler to grab all async errors, and inside async handler define async function that accept request and response of type express request and express response. Inside this function, first of all, we need to create a new user using this code. What we did here is to call create method on user model from Mongoose and pass name, email, and password inside the body of this request, in the payload of this request. They are values that user entered in the register page in the front end. But for password, we use bcrypt #sync to change the plain text password to encrypted password inside the database. I'm using as user to convert this object to a user object because user model accept user object to save in the database. Command I to import user, and there we are ready to call save on the user to save it in the database. And there we are, the user is created in the database and we are ready to send it back to the front end using rest.json. The data that I'm going to send is the user ID, name, email, and is admin from the created user in the database, and I concatenate token with this data. How do I create token? Using generate token that I created in the Signin API. So by sign up, I send the token to authenticate user. So after sign up, there is no need to sign in again to go to the authenticated section of the e-commerce website. That's it about the backend part. Let's go to the front end to create use sign up mutation. Go to user hooks. And like what we did for creating sign up mutation, use sign up mutation hook. Using use mutation from React query, we need to create use sign up mutation. The code are very similar to each other. I just put the code here. The name of this hook is use sign up mutation. Like always, we put the action in the middle and put use and mutation prefix and postfix. That's the convention for creating React query hooks. It returns an arrow function, and inside this arrow function, we return use mutation hook. It's a hook from React query to send, post, put, or delete requests to the backend. Inside use mutation, we define options, and first options is mutation function, and this function return this async function. This async function accept name, email, and password. Here I define the data type of them, and inside mutation function I should return the result of API request to the backend. The response of API request to this address. API users sign in. The result of this post request is user info. And the payload of this API request is name, email, and password that user entered in the input boxes. Then from the result of API client post, I get data because this value is of type response in Axios, and we just need the data part. It's the only this part of data in the backend. And change it to the user info, return it back to the mutation function so we can use this inside the register page. Save the code here, and let's go to create register page. Go to Pages folder, right-click New File. Set the name of it to Sign Up Page, TSX. Here is the code to create register page. Export default sign up function, and inside that, define navigate equal to use navigate. Because we are going to redirect user to the next page, so we need to have access to the navigate from React Router DOM. Also, like what we did in register, in sign-in screen, we need to use location hook from React Router DOM to get the query string for value redirect, because we need it to redirect user to this page. Then define 4 state hooks to get name, email, password, and confirm password from user. Set default value for all of them to empty string, and import use state from React. Next step is getting user info from the React context. Import use state from React and store from store.tsx, because we need user info to check it in the use effect. If user info exists, we should not show sign up page, because logged in user cannot create new account. So here I just check in the use effect, import it from React. If user info exists, redirect to the redirect. So there is no need to log in again. Next step is calling use sign up mutation hook, import it from user hooks, and get mutate async to send async request for this mutation function inside this hook, rename it to sign up because the action that we are going to do in this mutation is signing up user, and get is loading to show a loader while we are creating a new user in backend. Then define the submit handler function. When user click on this register button, we need to have this function. In this function, I define async function that accept event of type synthetic event. It's the form event when user click on submit. So I need to call prevent default to prevent refreshing the page when user click on submit button. Then I check the password. If confirm password and the password do not match, I need to show toast error. Import toast from React Toastify and return. Don't go for the next step because user need to fix this issue. Then create a try catch block. Here is the try part. In the try part, I call sign up from the use sign up mutation. This one is like sending AJAX request, and pass name, email, and password from input boxes to this function and grab the result inside the data. Then dispatch user sign in. Because I'm going to directly sign in user after sign up, I need to dispatch this action. We already created this action, and save the user info in the local storage to have user after refreshing the page. After this, redirect user to the redirect. Because we already did it in the previous set, there is no need to have or / just redirect user. If there is an error, show the error using toast.error. To format the error, we use getError from utils folder and change error, cast error to API error type. Good, that's it about submit handler, and we are ready to go for next step. Next step is returning the JSX. After submit handler, create return command inside parentheses, define container from React Bootstrap, and set class name to a small container to make it small in the center of the screen. Use helmet to change the title of tab, and in heading 1 show this message: sign up, create margin vertically 3 rem. After that, it's time to create a form. Create a form from React Bootstrap and set onSubmit to submit handler function. Then create a first input box to get the name of user. When user change the input box value, we update the name state hook using setName e.target.value, and it is required. Next field is for getting the email of user using this code. Next one is getting password like this. And the last input box is to get confirm password using this JSX. Then create a div, set class name margin button 3, and shape button here from React Bootstrap, set type to submit and caption to sign up. After this, create a div to ask user already logged in, already have an account, and create a link, import link from React Rotterdam, set the to address to /signin page, and move redirect to this page as query string, and the caption is sign in. and the caption is sign in. Great. We are ready to add it to the router list in the main.tsx. Find create routes from element function, duplicate sign in and rename it to sign up, and Control space on Windows or Command I on Mac to get the recommendation to auto import sign up page. Auto import it, and that's it. We are ready to test. Open the website, select the product, add to cart, proceed to checkout. Here I do not have an account. I click on create your account. Awesome. Here is the sign up page and the redirect is shipping page. So after successful sign up, I should be redirected to the shipping page. Let's test user test at sign Gmail 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Let's see if I get error. Yeah, password do not match, so I need to make it like it was and click on sign up. Awesome. We created an account and we get redirected to shipping page. It's not implemented yet, so we get error. But if I click back, I cannot go to the sign up again because in the use effect, we prevented user to go to the sign up. Hold the key here and select the first one, the TS Amazona, and refresh. As you see, I have test user here, so it means that the process of creating new user, authenticated new user have been done successfully. Good. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson. Bye-bye. Here is the plan to create shipping screen. Let us start by going to the cart.ts to define a model to define type for shipping. First step is in the cart.ts. Here we have defined the models for shipping screen, and in this type we have full name, address, city, country, and postal code. By having this, we can go for next step and defining action for saving shipping address. Go to store.ts and find the action part, defining action type, and add a new variation of action. The type is save shipping address and the payload is of type shipping address, imported from types folder. Next step is defining a case for save shipping address. At the very end of cases, I'm gonna add a new case. Here is the case. If the action type is save shipping address, return this object, keep previous value in the state, and in the cart, keep previous values in the cart, and only update shipping address based on the value that user passed through action.payload. It's the new address that should be saved in the React context. Next step is creating checkout steps. We are going to use it in the shipping address. Go to components folder in frontend, right click new file and set file name to checkoutsteps.tsx. Inside this file, define checkout steps component by using export default function checkout steps, and inside that I'm going to return steps of checkout. First of all, set the props inside checkout steps. Here I define the props, and data type of props has 4 Boolean values, step 1 to step 4. They can be null. That's why I'm using question mark. Inside this, we need to return a row, set the class name to checkout steps, and inside row, define 4 columns. Each column has a class name, and the class name is conditional. If the step 1 is true, make the class name active, otherwise make it empty. The caption of first step is sign in, second one shipping, payment, and place order. Save the code and import row from React Bootstrap and column from React Bootstrap. Let's define checkout step class and active inside index.css at the very end. For all div directly child of checkout steps, I'm going to set border button to this value. Make a solid border button by gray color and change the color of div to this gray color. Also, we need to define the active div inside the checkout steps. Here is the CSS class for div with active class inside checkout steps parent div. Change the border button color to orange and the color to orange. So by having these classes and having checkout steps component, we are ready to shape the shipping page. Go to Pages folder, right-click New File, Shipping Address Page.tsx. Inside this file, create shipping address page component using export default function shipping address page, and define navigate by use navigate. Because we are going to redirect user to other pages, we need to use navigate hook from React Router DOM. Extract shipping address from the React context. Using use context hook, we get access to the context by passing store.ts as parameter and the structure state and dispatch from the result of this hook. Then from state, grab cart, and from cart, get shipping address. Also, we need user info to check the user authentication in this page. Why do I use user info in the state? Because I'm gonna define use effect here, import it from React, and if user info does not exist, user shouldn't be able to access this page because this page is only for authenticated users. Next step is defining state hooks for getting street address, postal code, and other address fields using this code. Using this code, the first state is for full name, import use state from React, and set the value to the full name inside the shipping address in the React context. If it's undefined, use empty as default value for full name. Do the same for address, city, and postal code, and country. Next step is creating submit handler function and passing event of type synthetic event to this function. When user click on next step, after putting address information, we need to handle the request, the click in this function. First of all, call e.preventDefault to prevent refreshing the page. Then dispatch save shipping address. Then dispatch save shipping address, and as payload, pass this object, full name, address, city, postal code, and country. Then save the address inside the local storage by calling set item of local storage The key is shipping address, and the value is the JSON stringify of the shipping address object. And the last step here is redirecting user to the payment page to select the payment method. Save the code, and here is the submit handler function. Great, we are ready for the return part. Return a dev. Inside dev, use helmet, import helmet from React Helmet async, and set the title of this page to shipping address. After this, it's time to use the checkout steps. Use checkout steps, import it from components folder, and define step 1 and step 2 as props. By default, when user go to the shipping address, the step 1 sign-in is done, and the step 2 shipping address is the active one. Then define a dev, set class name to container and small container to make a small form. Inside that, define heading 1, set margin vertically to 3, and set the caption to shipping address. Next step is creating a form. Import form from React Bootstrap and set onSubmit to submit handler function that we defined here. Then create the first input box, its full name, like this. Next field is address, street address. After address, we get the city from user, then postal code, and the last field that we are going to get from user is country using this form group. At the end, create a div, set margin button to 3, and inside that, create a button from React Bootstrap, set type to submit and variant to primary. The title is continue. Great, we implemented shipping address page and we are ready to use it inside the main.tsx. Duplicate, sign up, rename it to shipping, and change this one to shipping address page imported from pages folder. Save the code and let's check the result. Select the product, add to cart, proceed to checkout. Here we have sign in, shipping, payment, and place order checkout wizard, and the first 2 items are active, and I can enter my shipping information and click on continue. When I click on continue, I go to the payment page. Because I didn't implement it, I get 404 not found error. If I click back and refresh, as you see, I have my information here because I saved them in the local storage. By changing the theme, you can see that it works very good. If I log out and try to go to the shipping page, as you see, I get redirected to the sign-in page. In next lesson, we implement protected route to prevent access to the protected pages in this level, in defining root level. Okay, that's it about this lesson. Until next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to create payment method selection page. Let us start by going to store.js, and inside the type action, we need to define a new type for saving payment method. Right after save shipping address, add this type, save payment method, and the payload is of type string. Then go to the reducer, find the cases, and the last case is about save shipping address. I'm gonna add a new case for save payment address, and what I'm gonna return is the new payment method inside action payload, and keep other data as they are using .state and .state.cart. Next step is creating shipping address page inside pages folder, right click new file, shipping address page.ts. In this page, define payment method page as a function and export defaulted. Then use navigate hook from React Router DOM and grab navigate from it to redirect user to the next page after putting payment method. Then from React context, get the shipping address and payment method from the card in the state of React context. Import user state from React and store from store. After that, define state hook for getting payment method. I set the name to payment method name and set payment method name. Import state from React. If the payment method in the React store is undefined, use PayPal as default payment method. Next step is creating useEffect function. In this component, import it from React, and if shipping address.payment method is not defined, we need to go to previous step and fill shipping information using navigate to shipping page. Here it's time to define the submit handler. When user click select payment method and click on next step, we need to have submit handler function to handle this request. Inside that, call e.prevent default to prevent refreshing the form and dispatch the action that we created inside store.tsx. Dispatch save payment method and pass the payment method selected in the radio button in this form as parameter to this action. Then save the selected payment method inside local storage to keep it after refreshing the page and navigate user to the next step, which is placing order. Great. The last step is shaping the UI of shipping address page. Return. Before going for it, rename it to payment method page and make it tsx because we are going to return JSX in this file. Okay, I'm ready to return the JSX of payment method screen. Return a dev. Inside dev, define checkout steps, import it from components folder and make step 1, 2, and 3 active. Then create a dev, set class name to container, small container to put a form in the center of the screen. Then use helmet to set the title of this page to payment method. After helmet, we need to set the heading 1, create margin vertically 3, and the title of this page is payment method. Good, it's time to create a form using form from React Bootstrap, and for onSubmit, use submit handler function that we defined here. I'm going to create 2 radio buttons here. The first one is for PayPal. Inside a dev, set class name to margin button 3, and inside that, use form.check to create a radio button, set the type to radio, ID to PayPal, label to PayPal, and value to PayPal. It should be checked if the selected payment method is PayPal. And for unchanged, update the selected payment method name. Let's create another option. It's Stripe. Very similar to PayPal, but the values are Stripe. And the last step here is a button, a submit button, import button from React Bootstrap. And then we are ready to use this form in the main.tsx. Go to main.tsx, duplicate shipping, and rename it to payment. It should be payment method page. Import it And let's check the result. Here, enter address and click on continue. Awesome. We successfully implemented payment method page at this address, and user can select the payment method and click on continue. We didn't implement place order yet, so we get this error. But if I refresh the page, as you see, I am getting Stripe, because when I clicked on PayPal, it was Stripe. And here I have the address information here. When I change the theme and refresh the page, it doesn't keep the theme. Let's fix it. Use this line of code. In the local storage, call setItem and update mode based on the current state of mode. If it is dark, save light in the local storage. Otherwise, save dark. Let's check it. I make it light, and when I refresh it, it keeps the state of selected mode after refreshing. Great. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create Order API and implement creating an order in Backend. Here is the plan. Let us start by creating order model inside models folder in Backend, src models, right-click new file, order model.ts. Like what we did for product, we use the same method to create order model. At the very beginning, import model options, probs, get model for class, and ref from type goes. Then import product and user model because we need them inside the order model. The first schema that I'm going to define here is shipping address. Here is shipping address class. And like what we did in the shipping address page, we need to get the user information, including full name, address, city, postal code, country, and for later, we need to get latitude and longitude of user address. That's the topic of next lessons. The next class that we need to have is item class. It's like order item. For order item, we need to save the name of product, quantity of this item in the cart, image of product, price of product, and a reference to the product. So if we want to get the product information, we should be able to connect to the product model using this reference. Ref is a type from type goes, and inside the generic, we set the type of reference to the product model. The name is required, quantity is required, and all fields except product is required here. Next class is for payment result. When user make the payment, we save the data from the payment in the payment gateway like PayPal in the payment result. We save the payment ID, status of payment, update time, and email address of payer inside payment result type. And here is time to define the order model, the main model. Set model options to this object. Set a schema type to timestamp true. So when we create an order, automatically created at and last updated at will be added to the document in the order collection. To create order schema, we need to export class order. And inside that, we need to list all fields of order. For sure, the first field is ID, and it is required of type string. Next one is items. It is required, and it's an array of item. Next one is shipping address. It's optional, and the type of shipping address object in the order model is shipping address class. Next field is very important. It's the user that created the order. So the type of this is a reference to the user. So we save the object ID 24-character format of IDs in Mongoose in the user, and in the declaration annotation, we define a reference to the user. So by having user, we can populate the user information when we send queries to the database. Next field in the order is payment method. It's required, and the value is a string like PayPal or Stripe. After payment method, it's time to save the payment result. It's optional of type payment result. And let's put all other fields like items price of type number. It's required by default is 0. And the same styles apply to shipping price, tax price, and total price. Next field is paid. It's required, and by default it's false because a new order is not required, is not paid. Next field is paid at. Next one is delivered status, and the last field is delivered at. Save the code, and here is order schema. From this schema, we need to generate the model. Using this line of code, export const order model and get model from the order class. We call it from typegoes. Good. By having order model, we are ready to create API for creating order. Like always, to create an API, we go to routers folder, create new file for order router.ts. Inside order router, import express and request and response from express. Then call router function on express to generate a router and put it in the order router variable. Then we need to export it to be used inside the index.ts. Then define the post API on order router. The address is /. It's gonna be concatenating with /API/order, and only authenticated user can access to this API. So I need to put a middleware before calling the API to respond to this request. What is auth? We need to define it inside the utils.ts inside backend. Here I already defined generate token, and I need to use the JWT to authenticate request and create a middleware in Express to authenticate users. Here is the way to define a middleware in TypeScript in Express. We export isAuth as a function that accepts request, response, and next. Request and response is regular request and response data type, and the next is of type next function. Import it from Express, and when we call it inside the middleware, we pass the handler to the next middleware in the list. Like in the order router, if we call next, after isAuth, the second handler is this async handler. So if we call next, it means that this request is authenticated and this function will be run. So when should I call next? When user and password is correct and the token is correct. In the first step, I need to get authorization from headers. If you get this error, it says property authorization does not exist. We need to import request from Express and response from Express 2 here. Then we can get authorization. We can use this format to destructure headers and get authorization from it. This code is simpler. And check authorization. If we have value for authorization, get the token from authorization. When we save the token, when we pass the token from frontend, the format is like this: bearer, and here is the token. So I'm using a slice 7 to get rid of this part and only get the token part using slice. So here I have the JWT token. So I need to call JWT verify to get the token. Here is the code, jwt.verify token based on the JWT secret. So verify function accept two parameters, the encrypted token and the secret. It's like a key to decrypt it and put the decrypted value inside the decode variable. Save the decode as user inside the rec.user. So what we did in this middleware is to fill a new variable to the request named user by converting the decoded value from verify, JWT verify, as a user info object. Why we don't get any error for user? Because inside the types we defined request and we added user type to the list of request interface by these fields: ID, name, email, is admin, and token. So when I add it to the list, I do not get any error. So if you have getting any error, make sure that in the backend src types you have request.ts, in the namespace express, and for interface request. Let's go for next step. At this point, everything is okay. The decoded value has the user and I'm ready to call next. And as I said before, by calling next, the next middleware in the list will be called. Like here, the async handler function will be called to create a new order. What if there is an error? Define else part and send this message. Set the status for to 401 and message no token. Here I have is off middleware, so I can use it in the order router. Command I on Mac or Control Space on Windows to import is off. And after passing from this middleware, in this function I have rec.user, so I can use it to save the user inside the order. First of all, import async handler from express async handler. Inside async handler, we define async function that accepts request and response from express. And what I'm gonna do here is to create a new order. Before going for creating new order, I need to have a check. If request.body.orderItems.length is equal to 0, it means that the cart is empty. So I don't like to create an order for empty order items. So I send back this message, set the status code to 400, client-side error, and the message is cart is empty. Otherwise, I'm ready to save the cart. You can add other validations in this if condition. In the else part, everything is okay and I'm ready to create an order. Here is the code to create an order. Call order model, import it from models folder, and call create function and pass this object. This object is order object. The first field in this object is order items. What I'm doing here is to convert the order items inside the request body, the payload of this API, to order item. Import product from product model. And what I'm doing here is to keep previous values inside order item and only change and only add a new field named product, and the product value comes from the ID. If we check the cart item inside frontend src types, we have ID and the ID has the product ID. But inside the order model for item, instead of underline ID, we have product. So I need to convert underline ID to product. That's why I used the map function for each item in the order item in frontend to convert to product in the backend. Other fields comes from the frontend API request directly, but the last one comes from the rec.user.underline_id. It's coming from the ease-of middleware, because in the ease-of middleware, we fill the user in the request, so I can access to the ID of user from the JWT decoded value. So here, this field save the current user ID inside the user field of order and return back the response, set a status code to 201, creating a new resource, and the JSON value that I'm going to return back is this object message order created, and the order object itself that contains the created order from MongoDB. Save the code, and let's go to the index.ts to use this API. Duplicate user and rename it to orders. Change it to order router and press tab to import order router from routers folder. Great, we successfully implemented the API. I'm going to just test the validation error for it. Launch advanced REST client, and here type orders. So the final URL is /API/orders, and send the post request to this address. Here I'm getting this error, no token. It means that the API, the middleware that we have defined in the ease of works because there is no token. Let's generate the token. Make it users/signin and send the request. It says invalid email or password inside body. Make it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and send the request. Here is the token generated. Copy this token and change it to orders. Then inside the header, add a new header, authorization, bearer, and paste the token here. Now send the request, and inside the body of request, enter order items equal to an array. Wrap it inside double quote and send the request. Here we are getting this message, cart is empty. So it means that the order router in the ease of works, the user authenticated, and inside the handler function, because the length of order items is 0, we get this error message. To check this scenario, creating an order, I will did it in the next lesson after creating place order screen and put the request and send API request to this API to generate an order. Until that lesson, bye-bye. Here is the plan to create place order screen. Before going for this screen, because we send API requests to backend to create an order, we need to authenticate the API request. Also, we need to make sure that place order screen is protected by routing system in React router DOM. So unauthenticated user shouldn't be able to see this page. To do that, we create a component named protected route. Let's go to the components folder. In frontend, src components, create new file, set file name to protected route.tsx. What I'm gonna do here is to create a React component and set the name of component to protected route and export default this component. Then get user info from React context using useContext hook from React and import store from store, pass it to this hook and extract user info from the state. The rest is easy. We need to have a check if user info exists, return outlet. What is outlet? Is the page to render by React router DOM. But if user info does not exist, use navigate component to redirect user to the sign-in page. Import outlet and navigate from React router DOM. Save the code to format it, and let's go for next step. And let's use it. Go to main.tsx. Here we have shipping and payment, and they should be protected because user without sign-in cannot see this screen. To do that, I create a new route right before shipping, set the route path to empty string and element to protected route, and close the route. Import protected route from components folder, and whatever we put here should pass from the protected route. And if user info does not exist, user will not see routes inside the protected route. So what I'm gonna do is to move these two protected route inside the parent route. Very simple, yeah? Let's check the result. I just go homepage, add to cart, proceed to checkout. Let me log out and type shipping in the URL. As you see, I get redirected to shipping screen. You may ask that in the shipping screen, you may wonder that in the shipping screen, we already have condition in the use effect. If user info does not exist, redirect to shipping. But the thing is, if I get rid of it and the user info and save the code and try to enter shipping, as you see, I get redirected to sign-in screen. So there is no need to have this code anymore, but if you keep it, it doesn't hurt. Let's go for next step. Here we protected the front-end part. I'm going to add a feature to the API client to add the user token in the header of request when we send API to the backend. Go to API client.ts, and after creating API client from Axios create, define interceptors for requests. When we send a request, before sending request using API client interceptor, we can modify the request, and in the header of request, we want to put the bearer token to authenticate the user. In the use function, we pass another function as parameter. Here is an async function that accepts configuration. It's the current configuration of API client, and we're gonna modify the configuration. How can I modify it? I have an if condition. If
in the local storage, we have user info for config.headers.authorization. Here is the request. Change the value of authorization to bearer and token. What is token? I'm getting token from the local storage in the user info and extract token by JSON parsing the user info and extracting token, passing to this expression. So inside the header request, I will have authorization with bearer token, and in the backend, I can read it and authenticate the request. But we only modify the authorization if user is logged in. Otherwise, we return config as it is. Save the code. And as second parameter for use, we need to have error. If there is an error, use promise reject error to return the error message. Great. We defined in interceptor for Axios, and when there is a new request, we fill the authorization in the request. Next step is creating order hooks inside hooks folder. Go to hooks, right-click, new file, orderhooks.ts. Because we are going to send an AJAX request to backend in React query, we need to define a hook. And the type of this hook is modifying or mutating data in backend. So I need to use this format. Put mutation at the end and put use at the beginning of the hook. The action that I'm going to do is creating order. So the name should be use create order mutation. Like always, hooks return another function, and the name of function here is use mutation from React query. Use mutation, accept object as parameter, and the first field in this object is mutation function. For mutation function, I'm going to define this function. It's an async function that accepts order. Here is the type of order. And inside that, I call post method on API client at this address /API/orders. We already created this API in previous lesson. And as a payload of this request, I pass the order that I pass through use create order mutation from the front end, from the place order page. Then I get the result of this API and extract the data. Here is the return value from the backend and use it in the front end using use create order mutation. Get rid of extra opening, closing, curly bracket, and save the code and start importing stuff. Cart item from types folder, shipping address, API client from RC folder, and order. Oops, we do not have order. Let's create order type. It's super simple. Just go to the types folder, right click, new file, order.ts. For creating an order, we use cart items, shipping address, and user. We do not have user, just duplicate the user info, rename it to user, and add only one field. It is ID of type string, and rename it to user. So if we go back to order.ts, we shouldn't get any error for importing user from user. Next step is defining order type using export type order and list all fields of order. Here is list of all orders. The first field is the ID of order, order items, shipping address and payment method, the user that created this order, created at, the date of creation of order, is paid status, the paid date of order, is delivered status, the delivered date of order, and the prices, items price, shipping price, tax price, and total price. Let's go back to order hooks and import order from types folder. Awesome. Good, we shaped the user order mutation and we are ready to use it in the place order screen. Let's go to the pages folder and create new file for place order page.tsx. In this page, create place order page component, then define navigate from use navigate hook in React Rotterdam, then extract cart and user info from React context using use context hook and import store. Then define round to function. It accepts a number and round it by 2 decimal points. So if we have a number like this, it should be converted to 2 decimal point. We use math.round in JavaScript and we multiply it with number.epsilon to get rid of any mathematical issue in the calculation. Then calculate items price by calling reduce function on the cart items in the cart of React context. And what we did here is to multiplying quantity of each item by price of each item and summing up together and put it to the item's price. It's the sum of items price in the cart. Then use items price to calculate shipping price, tax price, and total price. As you see, I'm using round 2 to convert any decimal point to the standard value. For shipping price, if items price greater than 0, make it 0, otherwise use 10. You can have any other logic that you want here. For tax price, I'm using a fixed tax price. You can make it dynamic if you want. And for total price, I just summing up all 3 prices that I calculated in previous steps. Next step is defining use create order mutation, import it from hooks folder, and get mutate async. By calling this function, we send AJAX request to backend. I rename it to create order to use it better in the code and get is loading status from this hook. The last function in this component is place order handler. When user click on place order, this function respond. What we're gonna do here is to define a try catch block, and in the try, call create order from use create order mutation and pass cart items as order items, because in the backend we have order items, not cart items. We rename it to order items, and other fields are coming from the cart in the front end, and we pass them as payload to the create order API to backend. After sending request, we get the result in the data variable. We need them in the next step. And then we need to clear cart, because at this point the order is created and the shopping cart should be cleared. To do that, I need to define cart clear action. Go to the store.tsx and right after cart remove item, add cart clear. There is no payload here. Then after cart remove item, add a case for cart clear. And the return value for cart clear is very simple. I return previous state, previous cart, and only remove items in the cart items and set them to empty array. Save it. Go back to place order. There is no error here. And also remove cart items from the local storage. Then navigate user to the order page, /order/ID of order. The ID of order is in the order._ID, because if you remember from the order router, after creating an order, we return this object. So here is the data. So data.order_ID, like what we did here. At the end, import toast from React Toastify to show error if there is an error in creating order. Import get error and API error from utils and types folder. Save the code to format it. Here is place order handler. Good, we are ready to shape the JSX of this component. But before going for it, I'm going to define useEffect, import it from React, and have a check here if the payment method is not selected in previous step, redirect user to the payment method. Let's shape the JSX, define return statement here, and return a div. Inside div, define checkout steps, import it from components folder, and set step 1 to step 4 true. Then, like always, use helmet to set the title of page and use h1 to show heading 1 in the screen. Then, define a row, import it from React Bootstrap and start, and create 2 columns. First column with MD8 to occupy 2 of 3 of the screen, and the second column 4 to show actions, to show place order button. Import column from React Bootstrap. For the first column, I'm gonna show the preview of the order. Let's start by showing the shipping address. Here is the shipping address. Create a cart, import from React Bootstrap, and in the cart body, and define cart body. Inside cart body, define cart title and set the value to shipping, and in the cart text, show shipping information from the cart. Also, put a link from React Rotterdam if user want to edit it, redirect user to the shipping screen. After shipping cart, define another cart right here. It's for payment. And the last cart is for previewing order items, cart items. So after this, here is cart for showing list of order items inside the cart in the React context. We use list group, so import it. In the cart body, we created a title. The title is items, and we create list group because we are going to shape list of orders, list of items in the cart, and use cart items.map function to convert each item to a list group item. Set key to items.key because it's unique, and inside that shape a row. So we are going to create a tabular data. Inside the row, set align items to center to put the stuff in the center. The first column is the image and the name of product. We make the name linkable so user can go to that product page and check stuff. Second column is the quantity. This time user cannot edit the number of items in the quantity. If user wanted, user should go to the cart page. We already created a link to the cart page to edit items in the cart. And the last column is the item price. Great. Create this cart. And there we are. We are ready to go for the action column. For action column, define a cart like this. Cart body, cart title is order summary. What I'm gonna show in the order summary is a list group. Right after cart title, define a list group, set variant to flush, and shape the first item in the list group. It's the item's price. Create a row, and inside that create a column, items, and next to items create another column to show the item's price. Use toFixed2 to convert the item price to the standard format 2 decimal point number. Second column is for shipping price. Third item is tax price. Fourth item is order total price using cart.total price. And at the end, create a button inside list group. And at the end, create a button using, and at the end, create a div, set class name to d-grid to make this button full screen, to make this button full width, and define a button from React Bootstrap, set type to button, and when user click on it, call place order handler. If cart item is .length is 0, we don't have any item in the cart, make a disable, or if we processing the form, make it disable. The caption is place order. Also, I'm going to show a loader. If is loading, use loading box from components folder. Great, we created place order screen. Let's go to the main.tsx and use it. I'm defining this in the protected route part. Duplicate them and rename it to place order. Change the element to place order page, import it, and let's check the result. Select a product, add to cart, proceed to checkout, log in, shipping screen, enter address, continue, select payment method, continue. Awesome. Here is preview of the order. We have shipping information, name and address. We can edit it. Can you see? Here we go to the shipping step. We need to continue. If we want to go to place order, we can edit payment method. I can edit and select a Stripe and continue. It's Stripe now. And I have items. If I want to edit it, I just want to click on edit. Let's say I want to make this one 2 and this one 3. Click edit, 2 and 3. Continue, continue, continue. As you see, it is super handy. And in the order summary, I have sum of all orders, shipping price based on the logic that I defined, and the tax price. If I click on place order, the order is created with this ID in the backend, and I get redirected to order/order ID. In the next lesson, I create this page to show the order to the user. That's it about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement order page. Let us start by creating API in the backend to return order information by order ID. Go to order router, in backend, routers folder, and right before order router post, create another function to get order ID. Here is the code of API at this address /API/orders/ID of order. When user send a request to backend, we handle this request in this function. First of all, we call isAuth middleware to make sure that user is authenticated by checking the authorization field of header and making sure that we have a bearer there and the token in the bearer is correct. Then we use async handler to handle async operations in the handler function, and here is the handler function for this request. It accepts request and response, and inside that we get order from the order model by calling findById function from Mongoose and passing the ID, I mean this value in the URL, to the findById function. We get the result from the database and put the order inside order variable, and if order exists, we use res.send or res.json, JSON is better, and return the order to the frontend, to the requester of the API. If there is an error, set the status code to 404 and send this JSON message back to the frontend. That's it about creating API for this address. Let's go to the frontend and use this. Inside order hooks, go to orderhooks.ts. In frontend src hooks, right before use create order mutation, define use get order details query. This hook gets data from backend, so we postfix query at the end of the function name. The function is get order details. It accepts parameter ID, it's the order ID of type string, and inside that we return use query hook from React query imported. Inside React query we pass an object as parameter, and in this object we define two properties: query key and query function. Query key is an array. The first item in this array is orders, and second one is ID of orders. So we save query in the cache of React query by this ID. And for query function, use this arrow function. It's an async arrow function that accepts no parameter and send the result of API request to backend. The result is in the data variable of the response of Ajax. Inside this function, we use await to call get method of API client and set the return data type to order. And here is the URL of API request: API/orders/ID of order. We already implemented this API in backend, so when we call use get order details query, this function return the order. Good, let's go and use it. We need to create a new page inside pages folder and set the name to order page.tsx. Let us start by creating order page component. Get user info from React context, import use context and store. Get the order ID from the URL. Use params to access the parameters in the URL and extract the ID and rename it to order ID. Next step is calling use get order details hook. We created this hook in the order hooks.ts and get the data, rename it to order. Also, I need to get is loading an error. For refetch, we need it for next lessons. Save it to format your code. And here it's time to shape the return JSX of order page component. I return a conditional rendering. If is loading is true, show loading box, import it. If there is an error, show error box, import message box, set variant to danger, import get error from utils, and import API error from types folder. If order is null or undefined, show a message box and show this message, order not found. Otherwise, shape a div to render order information. This page is very similar to place order screen because we are going to show the order information, but this time we get the order from backend. Let us start by showing helmet to set the title of page to order and the ID of order, and create heading 1. Set the heading 1 to order ID. Save it. Like what we did in place order, create a row, column, another column, set MD to 4, and close the row. Import row from React Bootstrap and call from React Bootstrap. Let's start by creating the card for shipping address. Here is the card for shipping address. Import card from React Bootstrap. What we did here is to create card, card body, and card title. The title is shipping, and card text contains the address. We do not need to use exclamation mark because we check order before going to this part. If is delivered is true, in a message box, show delivered at and show the order.delivered at field value. Otherwise, in another message box, show warning variant, in yellow color, not delivered. Next card is for payment method. Here is the payment card to show the payment status. If it's paid, show paid at the state, otherwise show not paid. And the last card here is for order items. Here is the card for order items. I'm using list group like what I did in place order screen, and use a link to link to the product page. Great. It's done about the first column. Let's go for second column. Like what we did in place order, create a card, card body, card title, set title to order summary, and create a list group, set variant to flush to get rid of border. And the first list item is a row, and in 2 columns, we show items price and the value of items price. After items price, we are going to show shipping price, tax price, and order price. That's it. Great, we are done with creating order page. Let's go to the main.tsx and use it inside the protected route /order /ID of order. As you see, I added a parameter to the path. So when we go to and set the responder to this path to order page, import it from pages folder. So when user go to /order /ID, whatever user enter for ID, we go to order page, and inside order page, the value of ID in the URL will be put inside the order ID, and we use it to send AJAX request to backend. Let's test it. Go to homepage, add to cart, proceed to checkout, continue, payment, continue, and place order. Awesome. Here, the order is created, and the address is /order /ID of order. We have ID here and information from backend web API. If I refresh the page, I can see all information. Great. For the next lesson, we implement PayPal payment using PayPal API and finish the life cycle of shopping cart. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement payment order by. In this lesson, we implement pay order by PayPal. Here is the plan. First of all, we need to create a PayPal developer account and get PayPal client ID. To do that, we need to go to this address, developer.paypal.com, and click on Get API Credential. Then you need to log into your PayPal account and get the client ID and put the client ID inside Backend folder .env by this name, PayPal client ID, and paste your ID here. I'm using SP, stand for sandbox, for test, but for real live payment, you need to put your own client ID. Next step is in the key router. We need to go to the routers folder inside backend src routers and create a new file named keyrouter.ts. What I'm gonna do here is to send the API, the PayPal client ID to the front end by defining an API here. Here is the code to create the API, import Express from Express, define key router from router function of Express, and define this API at this address /API/keys/PayPal. We add this part in the index.ts when we use the key router. When user send AJAX request to this address, we return this JSON object. It's an object that has client ID, and the value of client ID comes from the PayPal client ID inside the .env file using process.env.PayPal client ID. If it doesn't exist, use sandbox sp to create just the sandbox client ID for testing PayPal payment. Great. Let's use key router inside the index.ts, but don't forget you need to export it first. Go to index.ts and just duplicate one of usage of routers, rename it to keys, and key router, press tab to import it. So when we send request to /API/key, key router handle the request, and by having this address, this value will be returned to the front end. That's it about PayPal client ID. Let's go to the order router. Open order router inside backend src routers, and after post creating order, define a new route. Here is the new route. It's a put API, and the address is /API/orders/ID of order/pay. We call this API when payment has been done successfully in PayPal to update the status of order to paid. Only authenticated user can access to this API, and what we do in this function is to define an async function that accepts request and response from Express. Inside that, we get the order. Inside that, we get the order from database by order ID in the URL and check the order. If it exists, then change the status of is paid to true, set the paid at field to current date, and fill payment result by the data from frontend This data comes from the PayPal website, PayPal API. And then save the order and put the saved order inside updated order variable and return the updated order to the front end to use it inside the order page. If there is an error, the order not found, set the status code to 404 and send this JSON message, order not found. Good. That's about the backend part. Let's go to the client part inside the order hook. Here I'm going to define two hooks, one for getting PayPal client ID and the other one to update the payment status of order. Here is the use get PayPal client ID query to get the PayPal client ID. Here is the code to get PayPal client ID. I defined use get PayPal client ID hook. It's a function that returns use query hook, and inside and as parameter to use query hook, I pass this object. The key is PayPal client ID, and the function that send the query API request to the backend is this function. Here I use API client to send a GET request to this API, to this address, and get the result and return it back to the query function, and we can use it in the order page. Next function is pay order hook. Let's define it. After use get PayPal client ID, define another hook. The name of this hook is pay order mutation because we change data in backend. We use mutation. And what we return in the arrow function is use mutation from React query. Use mutation accept an object as parameter, and we need to define mutation function as a field of this object. Mutation function accept an arrow function. Here we set the arrow function, and the parameter to this function is details. The details has an object of type order ID, and the order ID is of type string. And what we did in the mutation function is to send an AJAX request of type put. HTTP verb is put because we are going to update something in the order and change the isPaid status to true. That's why it should be put. And the return value of this API is message and order. If we check the order router, we need to set order and set message here, order paid, successfully. So the return data type is order and message, and then inside order hook, we have order and message. The API address to send the put request is API/orders/ID of order/pay. And then we pass the details. Details contains the payment result, including email address of payer and other information. When we send a request, we get the result, and from the result, we get the data and send it back to the mutation function so we can use it inside the order page by calling use pay order mutation hook. Next step is installing PayPal React PayPal.js. It's the package that officially released by PayPal to use PayPal button in React application. Let's install it. Copy this code. Open a new terminal. Go to frontend folder and npm install PayPal client PayPal/react-PayPal-js. Awesome.
After installing, go to main.tsx and wrap helmet provider inside PayPal script provider. Set option, and option is an object, and in this object define client ID to sandbox and set differ loading property to true. Then close it. By having differ loading property, it's not gonna load PayPal script on page load, so it makes our website faster, and when we need it, we can ask PayPal to load the script. So here I have the closing, so I need to move the helmet provider inside the PayPal script provider, so it's gonna be the final shape of JSX in the main.tsx. Next step is in the order page. Go to order page. Here we are going to show PayPal button. First of all, in the use get order details query, define refetch, because after updating the order status, we are going to refetch to update the UI based on the changes in the backend. Then define this function. It's test pay handler. We are going to test it. We are going to test the pay order API without sending AJAX, without redirecting user to the PayPal website to make the real payment. We just use it for development mode, and in production you do not use it. We use toast, import toast from React Toastify, and we use pay order and pass order ID as parameter. What is pay order? It comes from the use pay order mutation. Let's define it. Right before test pay handler, define use pay order mutation hook and get mutate async from this hook and rename it to pay order. So when we call pay order, the API at /API/orders/order ID/pay will be called as put request. Also, rename is loading to loading pay. We use it to show a loading box while we are processing the payment of order. Next step is using PayPal script reducer hook. By calling, let's import it from PayPal React JS package. We use PayPal dispatch to load the API, to load the PayPal request, and is pending and is rejected shows the status of fetching PayPal script from PayPal website. Next step is calling use get PayPal client ID query hook from hooks/order hooks. And what I'm gonna get from this hook is the PayPal config. What is PayPal config? It's the result of key router. It's the result of this API. So PayPal config has client ID. How can I get the client ID from it? I should do it in the use effect. Define use effect function like this, import use effect from React, and inside that, check PayPal config. If we have PayPal config, it means that we loaded the PayPal config and PayPal config has client ID, then define load script function and call it. When we call, this action will be dispatched. This action load the PayPal. This action set the options of PayPal based on the client ID from the .env file in the backend and set currency to USD. You can change it to whatever you want. After dispatching this, it's time to dispatch another
action from PayPal and it's setting the loading status to pending. Let's get script loading status from PayPal/React-PayPal.js at this point. And by dispatching this, it shows loading and set is pending to true, and after resetting options and making PayPal button ready, it's gonna be false. Then load PayPal script, call this function to do the actions of PayPal to provide PayPal button in the website. Next step is defining PayPal button transaction props. What is this? We use this when we want to render a PayPal button in the screen. So we need to pass it as a props to the PayPal button. The type of this object is PayPal button component props imported from @PayPal/React-PayPal-JS. What is the content of this object? First property is style. I'm setting to layout to put button vertically. Second one is create order function. Third one is onApprove function. And the last one is onError function. What we did in this object is to define the behavior of PayPal button when it renders in the screen. This function will be called. When the payment is successful, this function will be called. And when there is an error in payment, this function will be called. For create order, what we need to do is to call actions.order.actions. For create order, what we need to do is to return actions.order.create function. It's a function from PayPal, and inside the create, we need to put the property of this transaction, including the price, the value of transaction, and it should come from the order total. Let's define the order total price inside create function as an object. In this object, we define purchase units, and inside purchase units define an array. The first element of array is an object that contains amount, and amount is an object that has value, and the value should be a string representation of total price. When we create an order in the PayPal, we need to call then and return the order ID created by PayPal. It is different from the order ID that we have in our e-commerce website. Awesome. Here is the create order. It happens after rendering the PayPal button. And second one is onApprove, and it happens after finishing payment in PayPal. What we need to do here is to change the status of order in backend to paid. Let's do that. Here is the code. We need to return action.order.capture. By calling capture, the order will be set to paid in the PayPal. We settle the payment. And inside then, it means that the capture was successful. We define an async function, get the details of payment, and in try catch, we call pay order from where? From use pay order mutation. So it will call this API and change the status of payment to true. So after calling pay order, we refetch the data to update the data in the UI and show this message, order is paid successfully. If there is an error, show error message. And if there is an error in payment, this function will be called and it shows the error message.
Awesome. We created PayPal button transaction props and we are ready to use it in the JSX, where right after total price here. What I'm gonna render here is a conditional rendering. If order.isPaid is false, it means that I need to show PayPal button. So render this element. It's a list group item, and inside that I check is pending. Is pending comes from PayPal. If we are loading button, show loading box. If there is an error in loading button, show error box. And if everything is okay, inside a div, show PayPal button. Import PayPal button from PayPal package. Pass the props as properties of PayPal button, and right after this button, render another button and set onClick to test pay handler. It's just for development mode, and when you want to put this application and deploy it, you need to remove it. Save the code and let's check the result. Select the product, add to cart, proceed to checkout, continue, and click on place order. Awesome. We have PayPal button here. If we click on PayPal button, we will be redirected to the PayPal website using Sandbox account. And if you log in with your Sandbox account and make the payment, you will be redirected to the website, and the status of payment will be changed to paid. In the unapproved, I'm going to use await to finish the payment and then refetch it. Let's try again. Select another product, add to cart, proceed to checkout, continue, place order, PayPal button, and click on test pay. Inside the test pay, use await to and make the function async. And let's try again. Select the product, add to cart, proceed checkout, shipping, payment, and click on place order. And then click on test pay. Awesome. Here, the status have been changed to the paid. Good, we've successfully implemented PayPal payment. That's it about this lesson. In this lesson, we are going to create order history page to show the previous orders of user. First step is in the backend, create API to return orders of current user. Go to order router. At the very beginning, define order router.get. The first parameter is the URL of API. It should concatenate with /API/orders/mine. Only authenticated user can have access to this API. And inside the handler, we get all orders inside the database using find function. And the filter is return only orders that the user is current user. So what it does is to return current user orders. Then use rest.json to return orders. Next step is in order hooks. Go to order hooks. And at the very end, we are ready to define a new hook. The name of hook is use get order history query. Here is the code of new hook. The name of this hook is use get order history query. This hook return send an AJAX request to backend to get the orders of current user. This hook return use query from React query. The key of this query is order history, and the function is an async function that send an AJAX request to this address /API/orders/mine, convert data to array of orders, and return them. We can use order array instead of that
both of them works. Next step is creating order history page. Go to Pages folder in frontend rc pages, right click, new file, order history page.tsx. We're gonna show current order history in this page. Let's start by creating the functional component order history page. Inside that, get access to navigate from use navigate, import it from React Rotterdam, and get access to use get order history query hook that we defined inside order hook.ts, and get data, rename it to order, and get is loading an error to show loading status and error message. Save the code and go for the return part. What I'm gonna return is a div. Inside div, define helmet to set the page title, import it from React Helmet async, and define h1, set heading of this page to order history. Then use conditional rendering like this. If is loading is true, show loading box, import it from components folder. If there is an error, show error. Otherwise, create a table. Inside this table, set class name to table and define table head. Inside table head, create a table row, and for cells of header, define ID of order, date of creation of order, total price, paid status, delivered status, and actions. Let's go for table body. Here is table body. Inside table body, use map function on order, use exclamation mark to make sure that we have orders at this point, and convert each order to a table row. Set key to a unique value, create the first column, order ID, second column, created at, use substring to only show the date of order, not the time, because the column is small and we are going to just show the date of creation of order. Show total price. For is paid, use conditional rendering. If is paid is true, show the date of payment, otherwise show no, it's not paid. Do the same for deliver status, and the last column is for showing a button. Use command I on window on Mac to import the button, type as button, variant as light, and when user click on it, redirect user to the order details page. The caption is details. Let's use this page inside main.tsx, inside the route section in the protected route, add order history path, and the element is order history page. Import it. The last step is in the app.tsx. Go to app.tsx, find the user info. We created a drop-down menu to show sign out. Before sign out, I'm going to show a nav drop-down item. I use link container as a wrapper for this item. When user click on order history, we redirect user to the order history page. Let's check the result. Here we have an issue. It's off screen, the drop-down menu. Let's fix it. To fix this issue, go to index.css and add this class dot drop-down menu for data dash bs dash proper specification. I mean for element with this class and this attribute, set left to auto and right to 1 pixel. We can make it to 0, 2. It works. Let's test it. Click on your name. Here it is correct. If I click on order history, I'm getting error for substring. Let's fix an issue in the order model. Inside the export class order, it's an annotation before it, so we need to use @ before order model. By having this change, we need to delete all previous orders to prevent errors about created at field. So what I'm gonna do is to go to this address 400/API/C to delete all data and create new data. Click back and sign out. Then log in with admin and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Create a new order. Proceed to checkout, enter address, continue, PayPal, payment, test pay, and click on order history. Awesome. Here we are getting the date of order from created at. Good. We successfully implemented order history feature of this e-commerce website, and the workflow of this shopping cart is done from listing products, product details, add to cart, proceed to checkout, shipping address, payment method, place an order, making payment, and listing orders. In this lesson, we are going to make a website like Amazon. What we're gonna do is to change the style of header of this website similar to Amazon. Let's go and implement it. Let's start by adding CSS classes to the index.css. Go to index.css. We already have some classes here, and here I'm going to create a section for header. First class is for navbar-brand. I'm going to make the font of navbar bold and font size to 1.8 rem. Next class is for header link inside. Next one is defining a class for anchor element, and the name of class is header link. Also, for our anchors inside header link, I'm going to apply this class. What I'm doing here is to create a border, dark color, solid, create border radius 2 pixel, set font, set color to white and make it important, and font weight to bold. What I'm doing here is to change the link. Here I'm changing the shape of links inside the header. The next class is for header link when I hover mouse over it. What I'm doing here is to change the color to white. What I'm doing here is to change the border from dark to white. And if the color change, make it to white again. Here, when you move mouse over in Amazon, you will have this effect, and we are going to add it to our website too. The next one is drop-down menu. For header, I'm going to define a class, and for our drop-down menu class inside header, change the color to black and make it important. You should override other classes and change background color to white. Do the same for drop-down items. Drop-down menu is container for drop-down items, and I'm going to use the same class for all of them. Because they are very similar to each other, I can put comma and make it like the code will be shorter. The next class is for drop-down item. When I move mouse over it, change the border to 1 pixel, dark color, solid. Next class is subheader, and I'm going to shape a subheader like this. So I need to change the color to the color in the Amazon 232F 3E. And the last class is cart badge. Cart badge is the number that will be shown inside the shopping cart icon. Here is 0. I'm using this class to shape it. Set position to absolute, set margin left and top, and color to orange. Also make the font bold. That's it about all classes to make the code
to make the website similar to Amazon, and let's go to app.tsx to use these classes. The first step is in the navbar. Replace this navbar with this one. Set class name to display flex, flex column, the direction, set align items stretch, and create padding 2, padding button 0, and margin button 3. Set background color to dark, variant to dark. So we do not follow the theme to set the theme of navbar. It's dark by default because in the Amazon it's dark. Here is the result. It's dark. Inside the navbar, get rid of container, then create a div like this. Set class name to display flex, justify content between, and align items center. Then move the TS Amazona inside this. Let's make it Amazona to make it similar to Amazon. Compare it with Amazon. The Amazona font and weight is very similar to Amazon. After link container, define navbar.collapse. So I'm going to show this stuff in larger screen, and for a smaller screen, I'm going to hide stuff here. Then create a nav. Set class name to width 100% and justify content end. So push it to the right side of the screen, save the code, and put the first link here. Here is the link from React Rotterdam. The 2 is current page. The class is navlink and header link. Navlink make it like a regular nav item, and header link make the class like this. For onclick, call switch handler and use this icon. We already created this icon, and set the mode. If light, light, otherwise show dark. Save the code. If it's light, light, otherwise dark. Save the code and get rid of this button. We do not need this button because we implemented with link this feature. As you see, it is very similar to the way that icon works is very similar to Amazon. Let's make this one like Amazon. Inside the nav brand, the link container, set class name to header link. By having this, it is very similar to. After link, create this conditional rendering. If user info exists, use this JSX, otherwise use this one. When user info exists, we need to show a drop-down, set class name to header link, and the title is hello username, like what we have in the Amazon. When user click on this button, we show drop-down menus. The first one is the user profile we implemented in next lessons. Second one is order history. We already implemented this page. And a divider and sign out button. If user is not logged in, set class name to header links, set title to hello signin, and show only this nav drop-down item sign in. When user click on it, we redirect user to the sign in page. Save the code to format it. Let's check the result. Hello Joe. When I click on it, I have user profile, order history, and sign out. If I sign out, I have hello sign in. When I click on it, I have sign in, and when I click, I get redirected to the sign in page like this. Next step. After the dropdown, create a link to order history and set it to orders. Set class name to navlink and header link, because inside Amazon we have return on orders, but here we have orders. I implemented it like orders. After orders, it's time to show the cart. Here is the code to show the cart. Create a link to cart page, set class name to navlink,
header link and set padding to 0. If cart.cartitem.length is greater than 0, in an span with class name cart badge, display the number of items in the cart. What is cart badge? We already implemented this inside the index.css. After showing badge, we need to display icon. For shopping cart icon, I'm using this SVG. You can find this SVG inside my repository in this link in the TSM zona front and src tsx and find the SVG in this file. Save the code. Awesome. Here we have cart. I need to show cart after the SVG. So show cart. So in an span, display the cart. Let's check the result. Yeah, here is cart, very similar to Amazon. We do not have any item in the cart. So what I can do is to get rid of the conditional rendering here, like this, and render it without conditional rendering. What I have is 0, like what we have in the Amazon. Let's add one item, select, add, awesome. It increased. If I increase it, I can have item like what we have in the Amazon. Okay, we do not need this stuff anymore. Let's get rid of them. In the nav, find the whole nav and delete it. Save the code. Very similar to Amazon. I'm going to display the submenu here. Let's go for it. After nav collapse, after div, create another div and set class name to subheader. Inside subheader, create another class name, set it to display flex. Inside this div, create a link to current page, set class name to nav link, header link and padding 1. And display font, awesome icon, font bars, and the caption is all. Let's check it. Very similar to Amazon. So we created the show sidebar icon, but it doesn't work. It's the topic of next lesson. I just wanted to display the button itself. Right after link, we need to show tags. Here is list of tags. I just created array of strings like today, deal, gift, on sale, and map each text, each string to a link using this code. And the address is /search/tag equal to value of tag. We implement tag in the products in next lessons, but here I just wanted to show the tags like what we have in the Amazon. So when you click on it, it doesn't work. But for next lesson, I implement tags feature. Good. If you compare Amazon with our website, they are very similar to each other. Also, it support theme, but Amazon doesn't support theme. And we can sign in. And here we can see user profile and other and order history. If I click on orders, I can see order history and I can access order history from this menu too. Here I'm going to add the search box. For search box, first of all, define btn-primary and btn-outline-primary style inside the index.css and set background color to gold and color to black. In the next step, go to the app.tsx and after link container for Amazon, the brand, create a form like this. Import form from React Bootstrap, set class name to flex grow1, display flex and MEAuto. By setting flex grow1, we stretch this input box throughout the header. Then import input group from React Bootstrap and form control from React Bootstrap. It creates an input box for us, and we create a button, set variant to outline primary, type to submit, and ID to button search. Inside that, display font awesome icon, the search icon of font awesome using this class name. Also, by having input group as a wrapper, we concatenate the input box and search button together. Save the code here, and let's check the result. Awesome. The search box is very similar to the search box of Amazon. Great, we've successfully implemented this feature. When I add a product, it's gonna be added here. When I change the theme change. The color of buttons are very similar to what we have in the Amazon, and everything is Amazon-like. That's about this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, I'm going to publish the website on render.com. Here is render.com website. It's a service to deploy Node.js application, and we are going to deploy our application on this platform. Let us start by editing index.ts. Go to index.ts in Backend src and import path from path. We need it to address to the files that we are going to serve inside the frontend folder. Then scroll down, and right after app.uses section, define another middleware, app.use, and the middleware is static function of Express. Inside static function, pass this parameter. This parameter is the URL of destination folder inside frontend. So what this line does is to serve all files inside this folder in the frontend, and this folder consists the production version of our React application. So by having this line of code, we can serve all files in the frontend through our backend server. The next command is a regular route definition in Express. So for all requests through get method to the website, star means that any address should be served. Any address that is not in other router should be served through this function. What is this function? It's a function that accepts request and response. Let's import request from Express, response from Express, and we use rest.send file. So when user enter the root of the project, we send a file content to the user in the browser. And what is this file? Here is the address of that file. It is index.html inside this folder. So it's gonna return this file to the user, and this file is the starting point of our React application. So what we did in these two lines is to serve front-end project through backend. Let's go for next step. It's replacing static port number with dynamic one from process.env.port. By having this, we can go to the .env file and change the port number to whatever we like. I'm going to make it like as before, but in the render.com, we need to set it to port because by default, render.com set a random value for the port and it doesn't use the static value, the constant value that we have defined here. So what I did is to use parse int to convert this value to integer number and use it as port number and pass it as parameter to the app.listen to listen to this port. Save the code. Let's go for next step. We need to create Node application in the root of TS Amazona project. Open a new terminal, run npm init, and press enter for all questions to create a package.json in the root of project. What I'm gonna do is to add 2 commands in the script section to build and start project because we need to use them in the render.com for building project. What is the build command? Here is the build command. Let's add the build command. Here is the build command. When user run npm run build, we go to the backend folder and install all packages there and run npm run build to build the TypeScript project. Then we go one folder back and go to the front end folder, npm install all packages and build the React application there. After this, it's time to define start command. The start command is simply Node.js on the index.js in the build folder of backend. Also, we set tgallow mix to allow to get rid of error while running this command. Save the code and let's test it. Open your terminal. While you are in the root of project, run npm run build. Here we are getting this error about the type goes. In my version of type goes, I need to use the latest version of type goes. So what I'm gonna do is to go to the backend folder, npm uninstall type goes and press enter. I uninstall it and I'm going to use the latest version of type goes from this address. Here the current version is this one, but at the time of watching this video you will have version 11, but I'm using version 11 because it is compatible with MongoDB version 7 because inside the project in package.json in backend we are using the MongoDB version 7. So I need to use version 11 of type goes to be compatible with MongoDB version 7. First of all, I copy this one, paste it here, put @sign, copy the version, paste it here and press enter. Great. It installed the latest version of type goes but for yours, you will not have beta anymore because at that point it is ready to use and it's the current version. Save the code, go back one folder and run npm run build to run the package.json build command in the root folder, not in the backend. Let's run it. It installed successfully, building the backend project. We are getting error in the order history.tsx and it says get error cannot find. Let's go to order history page, find it, import it, and import this one too to get rid of error. Try again. Also, we have another error inside data.ts. Let's go to data.ts in front end, not in the backend, and delete it. We do not need it anymore because we get data from backend. Let's run it again, npm run build. It's building project and the result is successfully. To make sure that everything works, I'm going to stop project, close front end and back end, and only keep the current terminal and run npm start. Server started at this address. Command click or control click. Yeah, here I have my project, but there is no product. Put /API/C to generate sample product. Click back and refresh. Good. Here we have our project running, but this time this project is the production version. If you check the network, here we only have the hashed version of source code here. Let's test it. Select add to cart, proceed to checkout, enter address, continue, and place order, and everything works as we want. Good. We successfully built the project and we are ready to deploy it on render. Go to render.com, click on get started, and then you will be redirected to the register page. Click on GitHub and log in with your GitHub account. You need to add permission, and at the end you will go to the dashboard.render.com. Before creating new project, you need to push your changes here. So what I'm doing is to set a commit message, publish website on render, control enter, and sync changes to push the code on the GitHub. Then go back to dashboard.render.com, click on new web service. Here you will have connect your repository, select the repository that you just pushed now. Enter a name for your project. It's TS Amazona app. Select the region, the branch, the root. Keep it as default. For build command, we have npm run build. And for start command, we have npm start. And select free tier. If you want to use paid one. And click on advanced. Here we need to add environment variable. The first one is MongoDB URI. We already have the MongoDB URI inside the .env file, so I'm going to use it. The one that is on the atlas. Copy yours, not mine, and paste it here. Next key is JWT secret. Copy, paste, and put it something secret. Enter your PayPal client ID, add variable, and enter your client ID. And there is no need to add port. That's it. By having this, we are ready to create the web service and build the project. Click on create web service. Then you will be redirected to the web service here. Here is the final address of your project on the internet that you can share with others. And here is the process of building project. It's cloning the project from GitHub, then run the build command that we have defined inside the package.json. It will start installing packages and then run TSC to compile your backend TypeScript project, convert it to JavaScript code. Next step is going to the front-end project, building the front-end project, and generating a container image from your build. Then it's uploading your build. Build is successful. Awesome. It's time to deploy your project. Running your start command, and server is ready. It's live. The project is live, successfully connected to the MongoDB. And let's start the project. Click on the link of project, open it in new tab. And here is TS Amazona project. Awesome. We successfully implemented this project. I'm going to seed data again, /API/seed to add sample data. Click back, refresh, and let's check the project. Select the product, add to cart, increase, go to home page, select another, add to cart, change items, proceed to checkout, create account, enter email, password, and sign up. Enter shipping address, payment method, and place order. Then you can make the payment or just test pay. It is paid. Change the theme and check your orders. Also, you can sign out, and there we are. We successfully deployed our application on render.com. In next lessons, I teach you how to create carousel in home screen, implement sidebar to show categories in the sidebar, implementing search functionality like this, implementing tags in the home screen to find gift, on sale, and other tags in the header, implementing custom search page, advanced search page to search by department, price ranges, average rating customer, and filtering data based on price, average rating customer, and newest arrival. Also, in the advanced lessons of this course, you will learn how to implement admin section like this. You will have admin menu to see the dashboard of the admin by creating information boxes and cells and categories chart like this. Also, you can handle products, list of all products, edit products like this, uploading images, additional images, changing information, prices, and deleting and creating product. In the admin section, I teach you how to manage orders, having list of all orders, the status of order, checking the details of order, and setting order as delivered. Also, you can delete orders too. And the last part of admin section is for users. You will have list of all users and you can edit user information and their permission. So come with me in the Udemy course to see how you can make this e-commerce website like a professional real-world e-commerce website like Amazon.